Hello, my name is Marcus. I'm the compiler of a collection of therapy quotes entitled 1001 Windmills of the Mind. A collection of quotes taken from what's often called the psychodynamic or the psychoanalytic perspective, which long ago, as I understand it, was referred to by some as philosophical medicine or narrative medicine, helping one to be their own story doctor, helping one to fix their story. The idea being of leaving narrative medicine is that if the child has an event in his life very early on that some people refer to as attachment trauma, also known as relational trauma, interpersonal trauma. Okay, generally people refer to it as emotional arrested development, or developmental arrest in the emotional feeling self realm, or stunted development, or some kind of fixation in their emotional development. Right? Now this fixation means there's a freezing effect, and that's a common metaphor to describe attachment trauma, that inwardly a person feels kind of stuck. So the imagery in metaphor is something's frozen, something's petrified, or something's turned to stone. And the Velveteen Rabbit is something that feels unreal. Likewise, the carpenter, the story where the woodworker guy he took a block of wood and carved out this little boy and was praying for the boy to come to life. Okay, so he wanted to feel more alive, and so. In other words, the child loses his golden ball, a metaphor for our vitality of feelings, aliveness of feelings, the vibrancy of our feelings. Like a sun, it's alive and it's vibrant. And it comes from the sense of being in our bodies. So we feel embodied. That's the normal state of affairs. And the main emotion that describes this inexhaustible fullness of being is the joy. One form of joy is this sense of being in the here and now, so to speak, where you're enjoying the present. Speaking of the present, I want to take this rare moment when there's nobody out here at the pool to do a part of my video. I'm in a few minutes, people are going to come in, then I'll leave. And I haven't even cooled off yet, but I thought this is my first time to find the pool, in between guests kind of thing. So let me show you around a little bit, yeah. So we got, so we're in the big city here. There's even like a mini whirlpool here. I really love these flowers there. That's amazing. These nice white flowers. Just like these guys are building that building, which when complete is going to house people, we want to build a kind of a basket of knowledge from which, or out of which, and into which our feelings can come back into ourselves. So one of the main poetic lines we've been using here in this collection is, psychoanalysis looks for an egg in a basket that's missing. Right? So we don't look for traumatic memories or, the pain around trauma. We don't look for those kind of memories. Just make it safe for those memories to come back into ourselves naturally. Nature does this course, right? Nature's the healer. We don't control that kind of thing. We just maybe facilitate by creating the conditions and cooperating. So the idea is we got to restore the ego, our consciousness. In trauma, the child's sense of consciousness about himself and others and his feelings, and knowing his feelings, being conscious of his feelings, how he feels. This whole area of the psychological self, emotional self, ontological self, I feel therefore I amness self, this whole inner life area, right? That consciousness around that gets damaged. So the ego is considered all frailed up, like the scarecrow in the Wizard of Oz. And with trauma, the child loses his feelings. That's the Tin Man in another place. And the two being like that means the person feels disembodied. That's the Cowardly Lion off in another place. And Dorothy is maybe the part of the mind, the psyche that's trying to heal, to try to line things up again. Or we can simply say, be like Dorothy and line up your mind, body, get it, mind, heart, and get it back in your body and feel the body. Kristen Wilson says, if you don't feel like you're in your body, she says, if you're not in your body, you're not making sense, literally. And then it's disembodied discourse that causes all these confusions and problems. Because with disembodied discourse, people don't make sense to transfer the trauma in the past into the present, hoping to change the past. So nobody's making sense. That's the theory. That's the key theory here about trauma. Headed up by Paul Libby Russell, TQ2119, a key pillar quote here in our collection. Paul Libby Russell. He says, think of trauma and repetition compulsion as synonymous. So we're talking about this developmental trauma called attachment trauma. Attachment. The baby must attach to his mother. We all know that. No baby can make it on their own. He must find some kind of relationship with the mother, even if it's painful. Well, if it's painful, that's insecure attachment. That's the attachment trauma. Oh, it's baking out here. Oh, too bad, eh? You know, I didn't get a chance to really cool off here, so I am kind of baking out here. But I saw this place is empty, so I wanted to use this. But I got a good 5 minutes in, right? All right. Chances are someone's gonna come out anyways. So yeah, let's go back inside and cool off. And yeah, maybe I'll come back later. It's kind of fun to do it outside. I gotta confess, it is a little fun to do a bit of this outside. Actually, I haven't done the stage yet. Let's see the stage. Let's go over here. Okay, well there's the stage. Yeah, all right. Let's do it. Maybe next time. Yeah, isn't that awesome with the flowers like that? Yeah, look at that, eh? I gotta find out what these trees are called. Yeah, these are nice. Okay, let's cool off here. Yeah, this must be some kind of a. Oh, this has got to be some kind of like a band stage, eh? Look at that. That'd be a nice. Hey, what if I do the video here? It's not too bad as well, eh? Okay, I gotta cool off here. I'm baking, yeah. Let me cool off. Yeah, I'm kind of still baking here. Hold on a sec. Yeah. You know, the problem is there isn't too much AC here because the door's been open all this time. Yeah. So we'll continue with our introduction here in a minute. This is one of the odd. Features about. Oh, hold on a sec.
Slowing down. Tennessee,ค่ะ. 4th floor.
Let's see. Sometimes there's a little luck, and in the events place. See, maybe I'm a little lucky. I'm not sure. Let's see. Oh, again with this AI thing. Is that what that is? Let's see if I can pull off here. But AC isn't too strong. Yeah, there isn't much AC here either. But no one's around really, so let's. They see me on the cameras. They know me pretty well. Wait, oh gosh, that's too bad, eh? But I'm glad to know. I'm glad to discover that pool place that sometimes it's empty like that. Might be fun to do a whole video there. Yeah, just to settle in kind of thing. Sorry if you see me perspire. It takes me a while to get here. I walk. It's still pretty hot. It's never really like a cool cool breeze kind of thing. It's never really like a cool spring. It's always pretty hot. It's always summer from what I can tell. Either like a hot, usually it's a very hot summer. Okay, never mind the weather report. Yeah, we do a little bit. Our slight reference to the weather issue is when we talk about the sociological factors that contribute to prejudice, which is a major thread here in our collection, the psychoanalysis of prejudice. But to be balanced, about almost 2 years ago, a quote came along that said, come on, if anyone's going to talk about prejudice, you can't just be one-sided and think it's either sociological or it's just from within. You got to look at how they're interrelated, and it's a two-sided thing. So I hesitated and hummed and hawed because I didn't want to talk about outer events, sociological factors and all this. But he said, well, you're being too one-sided. That's a splitting mechanism. That's a defense against the anxiety of trying to face something. So, oh my God, you got to be kidding. So then I slowly started entering into quotes called within a sub-thread. It's not a major thread, so it's a sub-thread to support the main thread of the psychoanalysis of prejudice. And on that sub-thread, it's called the sociological factors that contribute to prejudice. So we talk about the pillage and the plunder system, and and then religion's in there, schooling is in there, propaganda, PR, all this outer sociological kind of factors. Because really, maybe it was a sociological factor that started the transition from Homo naturalis with the tolerant personality in the global village to Homo traumacus when we shifted into global pillage and then developed the prejudiced personality for that. Maybe it was a sociological event roughly 10,000 years ago that kind of started it, and then the panic around it, and then it cycles around. So we do have and on that sociological thread, there is some references to the weather issue here, let's not start there. That takes 2 hours to go down that whole thread. But we have 58 threads in 1001 Windmills of the Mind. I would say the key, maybe the key pillar one, is this issue of repetition compulsion. Because if we can notice ourselves repeating the past and the present, which doesn't make sense. The present isn't the past, but we're doing it with the fantasy that we can change the past. Once we reflect on that, it can be a therapeutic turnaround. We can start to heal and get back our feelings. But it's this theoretical construct. It's these ideas, it's these speculations, it's these ballpark ideas, it's these stepping stones for better ideas, or these prompts for free association, or these invitations for mutual exploration, these clues, these hypotheses. So there's no set answer here. There's no perfect answer here. Let's keep Robert Bly's advice in mind. When he spoke to an audience, he said to the members in the auditorium something more or less along the lines of, hello everybody, welcome, you're here tonight, thanks for coming, nice to see you all, welcome, glad you can make it in the snow and all this. He's from Minnesota, right? 30%, but I gotta tell you something here tonight. 30% of what you're going to hear tonight is wrong. It's up to you to figure out which 30%. I can't quite imitate him right. Something along those lines. So he was emphasizing each person has to be responsible to weave their basket, to raise consciousness, to weave this basket. No one can hand somebody a consciousness. All that can be done is maybe make the environment safe, so people can feel. Then when people feel safe, they're not bogged down with stress response. Then they can think more reasonably when they feel a little bit safe. So that's creating the condition. And then he would share his discoveries and his ideas. And he has synthesized psychology to a degree. And he offers his interpretations of myths and fairy tales. His wife is a kind of a specialist in psychological interpretations of myths and fairy tales. So he kind of got a little bit lucky. He grew up on a farm, and I think the mother was a English teacher or something, and wife was a analyst and all this. So, and then he was gifted in languages. He was fluent in dozens of languages, and he translated and introduced the English speak. He introduced a lot of poets through his translations. Anyways, so he's a little bit of an exception, but he said that he did this. He began a midlife audit roughly at 35, and then took him about 15 years to finally get a sort of more of a sense of himself, kind of thing. Then he started the men's movement, the mythopoetic movement, wanted to give back, kind of thing. John A. Sanford, sort of is interesting. He started much earlier. At the age of 22, he went to see a shrink and did an analysis, and said, "Oh my God, this when we hear about stories, whatever types of stories, okay, so myths, fairy tales, shamanic tales, and especially more in particular in his case, religious stories." He says, never mind about if somebody's real or not in a religious story. Look for the psychological message. So he interpreted religious stories in the same way that shrinks would interpret myths and fairy tales. So myths, fairy tales, religious stories for the most part, and like dreams and all this, they all come from the unconscious, primary process mentation. Guy just right in front of me here. I don't know if he's okay. Let me get it. I still haven't cooled off yet, so let me. Yeah, it's still pretty hot around here. I could try. Let's see. Where can I go? If I go to the third floor, yeah, okay. Let me. Anytime I sense I might be in somebody's way, I usually leave. I try to do things. They're okay with my doing it in lobby areas, near the elevator, those kinds of places, right? Of course, I buy their expensive drinks here, their expensive coffees, right? Well, that was a fun beginning up there, the first 5 minutes, yeah. I'm still baking, I sorry to bog you down with my personal perspiration, my anxiety here. Let me. I still gotta cool off somewhere. Jesus, it's pretty hot up here. When there's no event, they don't put the AC on really. Let's see. Well, that's closed, right? Oh, I see. Yeah, so I think you must have figured out by now that I'm not a shrink, I'm not a professor, I'm not a psychoanalyst, I'm not a counselor, I'm not a midwife, doula, nutritionist, okay, not a social worker, etc. I only have a BA, so keep that in mind. So I'm the compiler of the quotes.
Going down.
So I'm also trying to learn this language myself. It's the psychoanalytic perspective is considered a kind of a second language. So Robert Bly also says, "Oh, come on, everybody, forgive psychology for its jargon. Just forgive it." Let's see. Oh, here's the carpet place. Yeah, they got these nice carpets here. Problem is, every time I come here, the sales guy jumps out within 10 seconds, and you try to sell me the carpet. Okay, before the sales guy jumps out, let's. Let me find a place where I can kind of hang out. Let's see. It's what is it? It's a Tuesday, sort of mid-afternoon, so maybe it's not too busy now. Let's see. I don't want to freak out any of the retailers or anything. Actually, how about right here? Yeah, maybe at least. I'm still trying to cool off here, yeah. See, it takes me a while to get to these hotels, and then if I wait an hour to cool off, then it's getting late in the afternoon, then it gets dark, and there's not much light around. So I kind of want to just keep things going, keep things moving. So we got some excellent quotes we're posting here. Oh yeah, speaking about religion, yeah. So today we'll be adding a couple of good quotes on religion, and then a couple of quotes on the schizoid pattern. But seen in a different lens, seen in a different way. The schizoid dilemma. So I didn't know this, but some shrinks refer to the schizoid. The schizoid dilemma is a theory that, well, in general terms, it's the dual fears of closeness, you feel engulfed, or abandonment, like separation, you feel abandoned and lost, alone or too alone. So as to not feel abandoned and alone, you step closer. But the moment you do so, you feel triggered that you're going to be overwhelmed and engulfed in too much pain. So you step back. And when you step back, there's anxiety. Step forward, there's anxiety. Step back, there's anxiety. To deal with that anxiety, step forward, and you do this constant shuffling of forward, back. And a person never really kind of settles anywhere. He's always afraid. In any given moment, he's dealing with these dual fears. If I'm a little close, I get engulfed. If I step back, I'm going to be abandoned. That's called the schizoid dilemma, to use the Masterson's phrase. But other shrinks refer to basically the same dynamic as the claustro-agoraphobic dilemma, right? Or claustrophobia one. That's the closeness one, right? And then is it agoraphobia? I didn't look it up yet. Agoraphobia. Like you're afraid to be alone, like you're afraid to walk on the street, you're alone, you're overwhelmed with stress, so you want to get close, but if you get close, you're going to be engulfed. Think about the child. There was a quote about no, I don't think we have it in our collection. I remember there's one quote, the kid, something to the effect that when he was in his home, the mother was engulfing and demanding and impinging on the child and following the child and micromanaging the child's every little move. She was very clinging and demanding and all this. But the problem is when he stepped outside as an escape, then it was dangerous around him. So he had no place to go, kind of thing. So he was in this real dilemma. So, and he had this constant kind of double fear where he's afraid of inside, he goes out, and he's afraid of outside, he goes in, and he's always in this kind of, maybe that's sort of one variation of it. Hopefully when I read the quotes later, it'll be some clarity about it. Masterson gave the analogy, like as a metaphor. Like imagine you're in a coffee shop with your friend, and you sit down, and then your friend puts a chair, but he can't keep the chair still. He shuffles it a little back because he feels too close, but then he thinks he's going to be abandoned, so he shuffles the chair forward. Oh my God, this is too close, I feel impinged upon. So he steps back, I feel abandoned. And your friend is shuffling the chair back and forth the whole time. And you're sitting there saying, oh my God, can you keep still? I can't talk to you with you shuffling the chair back and forth like this. Just as a simile or a metaphor or something, right? So that emotionally a person might live like that in their relationships, that emotionally they can't get close, so they step back, then they get close, but they can't, so they have no identity, they lack this sort of basic identity. They're in reactive mode in relationships all the time. Too close, right? They lose their identity. Too far back, they lose their identity. So it's sort of an identity issue where they didn't really receive enough love in the beginning with the mother to have that kind of sense of self. Now we're talking in the emotional area. Somebody can be like reactive about it, like somebody can be like bullying or something, but we're talking about inwardly, right? Like the sharing of the genuine feelings and all this, right? So a person with a bully pattern, Iago pattern, they may look, we're not talking about how they appear in their behavior. talking about what's going on on the inside realm, right? Yeah, that's still our main lead on this one is a guy named Gunther and Ralph Klein, one of Masterson's lackeys. Just kidding. Yeah, I'm just kidding. One of Masterson's students, who's also a therapist in his own right as well, Ralph Klein. He wrote a whole book on this issue of the schizoid dilemma. So if you look up R. Klein for Ralph Klein in the collection, you'll find his quotes. Also, this Gunther guy, he's a character, a bit of a character. He was both a client of Fairbairn and Winnicott. So he has a unique perspective. So he did an analysis with Fairbairn, and then at the same time he drove to the other town and did an analysis with Winnicott and tried to present his findings from his own little perspective. So he had a real issue with this. He had a real issue with the schizoid dilemma. Yeah, look at that. He couldn't even settle in with one shrink. He had to like bounce back between the two, kind of thing like that. So we don't know how much healing he did, but he shared his findings. He's quite articulate when he writes. So those two are the main authors so far on this point, Ralph Klein and what's his name again? Gunther. Is it Harry or something like that? I think it's H. It's either Henry or Harry, one of those, something like that. This is the only spot where I have some distance from the other shops, so I gotta cool off here. Yeah, you know, like where my laptop is, there's no AC there really, so I'm baking there as well. So it's like a sauna there as well. So I was looking to start the video in an AC place, but then I saw the pool and I hadn't cooled off yet. So let me do at least a few minutes at the pool place. So that's what's going on here with me. Yeah, so that's part of my anxiety, you know, not being fully organized to do this video. And so they're gonna have that. And yeah, and you'll see me reacting to loud conversations near me. I've had to put up with so many like noisy conversations around me. So you see me bouncing around a bit. So that's sort of the disadvantage of these videos, seeing my anxiety. My stops and starts, my ums and ahs, my self-corrections, be going off tangent, my little long delays, and then getting back on track kind of thing, and then having to stop and start and move around. So that's a lot of my anxiety. And my sweating, oh yeah, let's not forget about my sweating. That's considered a psychosomatic symptom of anxiety. I perspire a little bit easily, I guess. Yeah, it's funny, I'll walk, you know, a while and I'm sweating, and the other person walked a much longer distance than I did, and he's not a drop. Oops, hold on a second. Some people have this annoying habit where they have the option to like walk at a space, there's space for them to walk, but they'll just like walk like almost like right at you, like right in front of you kind of thing, right? And they'll create some kind of excuse for, like, they won't take the extra step to share the power. I don't know why. I notice that sometimes. It's maybe it's an unconscious sign of wanting connection. Maybe it's an unconscious sign of loneliness. Maybe it's an unconscious communication, that kind of thing. Yeah, we haven't really looked into that topic yet. Although we do have a thread on symbiosis. We do have a major thread on symbiosis. Our linked song for that is Constant Craving by Katie Lang. Constant craving. What's she craving for? Well, she's craving for that missing extended paradise with the mother that all babies need in the first 4 to 5 months. Right, so all babies need like an extended paradise for the first 4 to 5 months. When they come out of the womb, they need like an extended social womb. So that oneness with the mother that they had in the uterus, That's got to continue for the first 4 to 5 months on average, says Mahler, one of our mentors. So that's the unico mystica, one with this big power, one with this big mystery. It's called the stage of undifferentiation. Baby doesn't know where he begins and ends and where the mother begins and ends. They're not differentiated. It's this fusion, merging, okay, unico mystica, what, etc. Or unio mystica, or participation mystique, participating in this big mystery, or oneness with this big mystery. So they haven't really had this sense of self as being distinct from the concept of the other, the mother, as being a person in her own right. This differentiation, or I'm okay, you're okay, this kind of differentiation takes place, gradually from 4 to 5 months up to 3 years. And roughly at the age of 3, the child is considered to have been mainly differentiated. That's called a psychological birth as well. I'm still baking, right? Jesus. Yeah, they don't keep, I noticed about this hotel, they don't really keep the AC too high here. They keep it on a milder, at the minimum, maybe like the minimum level or something. That's okay. Well, I'm not sure, let me try the second floor. Yeah, okay, hold on. Okay, these guys, okay, that shop there is closed on Tuesdays, so I think I can use this space after all. Now let's hang out here. I still gotta cool off here. It's hard to get a chair though. Okay. So let's sort of backtrack to where we began at the pool upstairs. I'm hoping to go back up there when I cool off. Yeah, it's fun up there. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little fun up there. Yeah. So the basic premise, or the basic image, let's say, is the loss of the golden ball. The golden ball's down the well, like in the Frog Prince. Right? The golden ball's down the well. In Iron John, the golden ball's locked in a cage. Okay, that's an aspect of the feeling self related to the vibrancy of our aliveness of our feelings. The golden ball, the radiance and aliveness of our feelings. Right. It's always awkward when someone like stops and stares at you. Right? Depends on who. It depends on, especially. Depends on their mood, I guess. Let me get back on track here. Yeah, so you're seeing my anxiety already, right? Like I'm not. Let's see. How about here? See, all the bikes are nicely in a row, neatly in a row, yeah. There's the bamboos there. Yeah, that's nice with the bamboos. Yeah, I love the bamboos. So myths and fairy tales are metaphors for psychological trauma. Myths and fairy tales come from the inner realm, right? That they're like expressions, like stories of the inner realm. They're approximations of the inner realm. So they're psychological mirrors for inner life. Myths and fairy tales are true on the inside, not on the outside. Myths and fairy tales, according to John A. Sanford, you might as well put in religious stories. Again, whenever we talk about the religious issue, it's always when religion's being used as a tool of the pillage and the plundering system, right? So when religion is used as a tool of the short selling and the pillaging and the plundering and the greed and the envy and the gobbling and all this stuff. So religion in that area is used as a tool for that. So I'll explain a little bit about that later. So whenever we talk about it, we're always talking about it from that side. We're never talking about it from like the victims of the pillage and the plunder system. And we're not talking about like Eastern like meditation, mindfulness, and that kind of practice to be connected to yourself. That's different. That's almost like an advanced self-healing psychotherapy, almost like to practice self-acceptance in this. So we're not talking about any of the Eastern kind of philosophies like that. So so I'll clarify this point about how religion is actually, the theory is it's really like a tool of the pillaging and the plundering that began 10,000 years ago when we shifted from global village to global pillage, and then prejudiced personality. Storytellers trying to heal it, no, co-opt the stories, create religion to block healing. So religion is actually there to prevent healing. Ironically, it's to not make people heal. It's to maintain the splitting of either or, good breast, bad breast, goddess demon. It's to maintain the splitting mechanism, because splitting is a byproduct of trauma. And the splitting mentality, you know, I'm okay, you're not okay, for example, you know, and the false belief that when the baby's traumatized, he projects his rage and oral greed onto the mother and thinks the mother's a hungry wolf that wants to eat him. Identifies with the aggressor and has the philosophy, well, if I'm not greedy, then I'll be the victim of other people's greed. So the slogan, well, eat or be eaten, my greed or your greed. This is the psychology of the traumatized mind. Religion wants to maintain it, kind of thing. Keep thinking in this quote unquote primitive, barbaric, traumatized caveman way of thinking, because that psychology is needed to pillage. Because when the baby's traumatized, they identify with the aggressor, treat others the way they were treated. That's sort of the basic mechanism of pillaging. So I'll clarify that later on. That's always a huge thread to touch on that one. So we do the story about Homo bodoensis becoming Homo sapiens, that whole story there. The Pale Blue Dot, Carl Sagan, Katja Epstein's song, Diese Welt, Kristen Wilson's speech, "Ooh, My Soul," and that scientist, NASA scientist, who said, well, treat the Earth at least as well as you treat yourself. We're 70% salt water. The Earth is 70% salt water. We're sort of like ecological. We have an ecological connection or self-connection to the Earth. So this whole area, and a few other sort of points about it. So let's just go back to the basics here. Is that guy still there? It's kind of annoying to have some, okay. A little awkward moment there, some very intense looking characters staring at me. Yeah, I regard that as like a, you know, like everything's love or a cry for love. Like what I saw there was a cry for love, you know. But part of the cry for love is that the person can't accept vulnerability. So the cry is so pained, it's masked over by acting like the aggressor that caused them the hurt. So they act like the aggressor. That's their cry for love. So in other words, when someone's like, you know, mean or whatever, they're trying to say, look, my mother was mean. And they're acting like the mother. And they want you to feel what you felt with the mother, what they felt with the mother. They in a mechanism known as projective identification, where they want to coax others to feel what they don't know they're feeling. And they act like the aggressor to trigger that and to induce that into others, to communicate how they felt with the mother. So that's another topic. It's called projective identification. And a very interesting topic. I think we've got I'm confident we've got really the best, among the best quotes in this topic there. So again, as mentioned earlier, 58 topics. One of them is projective identification. Something you don't know. So just quickly, I guess, the baby's nursing. Baby thinks the mother's him. Baby feels something. The mother's going to feel it. Okay. So there's a oneness there between the baby and the mother. So the mother's feeling what the baby's feeling from that via that oneness from the baby's perspective. Now the mother's feeling what the baby's feeling. Mother provides her motherly response, her life force, maternal essence, and soothes the baby, comforts the baby, sees the baby, recognizes the baby, is attuned to the baby, meets the baby's signals, makes whatever adjustment, okay, and there's like a response, and the child is soothed by the mother's loving response because she got the signal and understood the signal that the baby sent out, because the mother is him, so if he's feeling it, the mother's feeling it. So that's like a natural cycle. That's part of the paradise. In the first 4 to 5 months, okay, whatever the baby's feeling, mother understands it, clicks, she responds, and it's a cycle. Let the music play on. Rhythm of safety. It's automatic. It's just in time, right on time, no delays. It flows. A, B, C, do, re, mi, 1, 2, 3. Okay, similar to in the placenta, baby cord, placenta, mother, placenta cord, baby, do, re, mi, 1, 2, this kind of thing. Yeah, I'm reminded recently of that song ABC. That singer also sang "Man in the Mirror." Yeah, that's a good song. I forgot about that. You want to change the outer? Well, start with the man in the mirror. You know. So 3 years ago, when we started this collection of quotes, 10,000 quotes, by the way, advanced self-help quotes. One of the earliest quotes was from like a little kid story, basically. It's about maybe I guess he was 7 years old or something. The boy wanted to get his father's attention and play with his father and all this, but he was very busy with his work and so on. So the father had the idea that because his son loved jigsaw puzzles, that he would open up a magazine that was right in front of him, and he found a world map. And thinking that his son had never seen a world map before, he took out that page, the full page picture of the world map. Okay, put it into little pieces and all this, handed those pieces with some scotch tape to his son and said, "Hey son, I got a task for you." "Oh, cool, Dad, what is it?" "I want you to repair the world." "Okay." So he took off. The father thought it'll take him a while and all this, but sure enough, very shortly he came running back. "Hey Dad, I repaired the world." "You never saw the world before." "No, I didn't. But when you ripped that page out of the magazine, I saw that on the back there was a picture of a man. So I turned the pieces over and discovered that when I repaired the man, I repaired the world." Right? So "Man in the Mirror," Michael Jackson's song, "Man in the Mirror." You want to look in the mirror first. We've got to heal ourselves first, and then our doing is normal when we're healed. If we're damaged, our doing is distorted. See, Marion Woodman says the distorted masculine, or the doing, comes from the wounded feminine, the being, meaning the principle. They for some reason, long ago, people would say the feminine principle, just meaning everything about beingness, your feelings, receptivity, the moon, sort of like the quiet, receptive beingness quality of a person, right? And then from the healthy being, the connection to being, your doing comes from there, and it's normal, it's functional, it's loving, it's loving, it's an act of love, it's an expression of love to express your beingness and all this, right? But if that beingness is damaged or wounded, then our doingness is all convoluted and confused and all this, right? So she makes a big point about this. Marion Woodman, one of Jung's lackeys. We don't have any quotes from Mr. Jung there, but we have many quotes from some of. He created a massive following, still has a massive followers. So he did something great in that way, and he inspired a lot of people to pick up what he kind of tried to. But we don't have directly his quotes. But luckily, thousands of followers have kind of offered their clarifications, including Marion Woodman. John A. Sanford in particular, Robert A. Johnson to a degree, the Ulanovs, the two of them, Anne and Barry, and several others, right? a few quotes from Marie-Louise von Franz. She's sort of like the main one from there. Robert Bly a little bit as well, and several others. Yeah, Chin a little bit to a degree, yeah, not too much. So back to projective identification. The baby is one with the mother, meaning from the baby's perspective, mother's feeling what they're feeling. There's a oneness there. Now, if the mother's feeling what the baby's feeling, because the connection's there, it kicks in and she understands automatically the baby's signals. And that's the paradise, that the baby's in a relationship with the mother. And the relationship is like, baby's there, mother, I see you, baby. Here's my presence with you. And he feels seen by someone who saw him. It's like a reverie, right? So if that's flawed there, if the mother doesn't, the bottle might break it, mother being distracted or frustrated in some other ways or whatever, and that fails to take place, and the child doesn't get that so-called reverie and attunement with the mother for the first 4 to 5 months, so that paradise is broken already. So when there's trauma, it's frozen. Okay? Trauma clicks in, the organisms attempt to heal it. Baby doesn't understand time, so they're going to carry that into the present, and using others as stand-ins, try to replay that and still thinking it's still in the past, they're still going to try to get it. But how does it? But it never works, because even if somebody in the present can make another, or coax another, prod another, goad another, induce another, trick another, find some way to prod another to feel what you're feeling, but now as an adult you don't remember this. You know, the baby has no conscience. It's the baby in us doing this, right? It's the wounded baby in us doing this, right? Meaning the wounded, frozen feelings in us doing this now, right? So in the present, the person might try to coax another to feel what they're feeling. Okay? So the agenda is, if another person can feel exactly what you're feeling, but you don't know it, and you can feel that since they're feeling what you're feeling, it's as if you're back in the nursery. Emotionally, you're still there, right? But now you're back in the nursery. The person in the present being like a stand-in for the mother. Okay, so we transfer the past into the present. Okay, trying to correct the past, get a better past, get the love that we needed in the past. Okay, repetition compulsion. So we're still replaying the past problem in the present, unfinished business with the mother in the present, to get the love that was needed. Cry for love, right? So if the person can coax their friend to feel what they're feeling, then they may feel like they're a little excited, because maybe they feel like they're back in the nursery, one with the mother who's feeling what they're feeling. Now finally mother's going to provide the soothing. It's ridiculous, because nobody in the present can invent a time machine, take the two back to the nursery, right? And then morph into, you know, the projector becomes the baby, the friend becomes the good mother. Okay, baby gets the wiring and the soothing, gets the neural pathways laid down by the interaction, hop in the time machine, come back to the present, morph into their respective places, and the projector says, hey, I don't need to play these games and try to trick you to feel what I don't know that I'm feeling, because I have my feelings. I can accept my feelings. I can enjoy the present, and you're in the present. So they're going to relate to, in a reciprocal, mutual, who you are, who I am, like I'm okay, you're okay, more or less, right? So the projective identification, generally it's something you don't know about yourself. It's too painful. Okay. So as a defense to not be aware of it, you say others have it. Okay. So now you think, since others have it, you interact with them with the belief that they possess the thing that you project. So that's the projective identification. Okay. So you give them that ID as being someone who has the thing that you projected. Okay. So now part 3 is, after that you interact with them based on that belief of them identifying, having the thing that you projected. Finally, that creates a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy in a way, because it does put a pull and a pressure on a person to kind of please. What do you want from me? And then the projector might be passive aggressive to make them angry, push their buttons to make them angry, or feel embarrassed or scared. You know, whatever it is they don't want to admit. Usually it's all the unpleasant feelings, right? The shame, the anger, and all this, and confusion, embarrassment. They want the others to feel that. So part of it's gaslighting, because you're not going to see the person and accept what you're not going to care at that place, because the baby's in a place of part object relating. When the baby's nursing, he doesn't relate to the mother as a full person with her personal history, her psychology. He's mainly relating to the breast mother. That's like a part of the mother, right? That's called part object relating. And it's just still one way. He doesn't like, oh, thanks, mother, or gratitude. He hasn't reached that place, that developmental emotional accomplishment of gratitude and so on, right? Yeah, so empathy, gratitude haven't entered the psychological picture. If you're traumatized there, then people who engage in projective identification through the games people play, duplicity, all the tricks and all this, you see, shall I compare thee to an onion? In projective identification, if you layer it all down, somebody who's doing duplicity, the games people play, like Eric Byrne describes, all those games he's got. Amy Bear actually has a variation of it, it's sort of a little similar. All this duplicity and, you know, rhetorics and all these double think and tricks and duplicity. And Amy Bear is, her book is, you thought he was charming, but he's really harming underneath, right? The charm was just a mask for the harm. Like these kind of tricks, you know, like the best way to tell a lie is to include a few crumbs of truth in it. People grab at the few crumbs and swallow the whole lie. Or a half-truth is the father of many lies. Sins of omission, misleading. All these kinds of little tricks and devious little sneaky kind of things. So logical fallacies, that's a big topic in that area. Right? Red herring, straw man, misleading. There's a lot of what they call trans-logic involved. Because the theory about trans-logic, when someone's confused, then they're open to suggestion, and then they'll believe what you think. So you want to, that's part of it, or it's a double think is in there. Okay, hold on a second, let's let these guys pass here. Actually, oh, hang on. Oh yeah, I forgot, there's now, okay, here's the AC. Yeah, now I'm getting some, finally, I found some AC here. I gotta stand right here for 5 minutes to get some to cool off here. Oh, what a relief! Finally, Jesus. I've been standing in the wrong spot the whole time. Okay, here's the sweet spot. Here's the sweet AC spot right here. all it means is that I can notice a little bit of cool air. It's not really fully coming down. Okay, I gotta make a mental note. Tuesdays, I'm gonna come here on Tuesdays. Yeah. Because those guys are closed, so I don't bother those retailers there. Yeah, so projective identification is also a sign of trauma. Projective identification is a sign the baby wasn't soothed and the cycle didn't take place. So again with projective identification, okay, the cycle didn't take place. Now the complicated thing about projective identification is there's a secondary gain by doing all this, because if you do coax others to feel what you don't know that you're feeling, then that keeps you from feeling what you're afraid to feel if you can see it expressed outwardly. So that's so-called externalization. You see what belongs to you externalized, like expressed outwardly. That distracts you that it's within. So projection, right? So that's sort of like a secondary benefit by doing this. And then you feel important doing this. That fuels your grandiosity that people cling to when there's trauma. Okay. In the uterus, baby thinks he's a little god. If there's trauma, they search for that attitude, right? It's called egocentricity, primary narcissism, infantile megalomania, the glorified self, the idealized self, the ego ideal, and a few other phrases for it. Oh, you want to see some construction? Geez, in that tiny little square, they're gonna build a new building by the looks of it, eh? Wow. Or whatever they're building, I'm not sure. Uh-oh, I lost my spot. Where's the spot? Here it is. Oh, there it is. For some reason, there's one little vent. I can feel the AC going right here. Jeez, I'm still sweating. Yeah, part of it is I'm not really a coffee drinker, so I do drink the coffee before. So that's part of it as well, eh? I've always been like a herbal tea drinker, kind of herbal teas and things. Oh yeah, one of the companion beverages to 1001 Windmills of the Mind is Egyptian licorice mint by the Yogi Tea Company out in Oregon, I think. But you need the 3 though. I noticed there's another variation of it. If you can find the 3, Egyptian licorice mint, that one there. Oh my God, that's a great drink. That's provided a lot of comfort throughout the years. I haven't seen it around lately, but so I'll talk about the companion beverages another time. We've got companion animals, a lot of birds, like the blue jay and so on. We've got an amazing soundtrack. I'm very excited about the soundtrack to 1001 Windmills of the Mind. Ziana Zane, Devram Kaya, 2 great songs right there. 2 great singers right there. And classic rock, folk, some ambient new age, some opera, a little bit of opera, not too much really. A lot of great songs by indigenous singers, Mi'kmaq singers, Inuit singers, and Robbie Romero. I'm not sure, is he Dakota or something? Lakota, one of those, something like that. We got one of his songs, the Heartbeat song is from him, yeah. And Eastern Owl, a couple of their songs. Kayla Lynn Johnson, her song Gentle Warrior. You know, Brian Andre, we've got several of his songs on there. Okay, Susan Aglukar, Beatrice Deer. Oh yeah, we played Beatrice Deer in the last video. Yeah, in the last video we played Beatrice Deer's song called Fox. I played the video actually, I talked about it. She took like a little short mini indigenous fairy tale, just a short little, like a 1 paragraph, short little like an Aesop kind of like story, and put it to music video called Fox. So we played that last time. Eli Sapi, the Cashin Band with Claude McKenzie as well, and Kelly Fraser, Looking for a Seal. Yeah, it's a story. There's a sad story related to her. Yeah. And Willie Dunn, Willie Mitchell, and some other Mi'kmaq singers. The Mi'kmaq is an indigenous group. Turtle Island, yeah. Yeah, lots of classic rock, you know, like Street Heart with Kenny Shields, and Triumph with Gil Moore and Rick Emmett, and a couple from April Wine, 1 or 2 from Prism, Chilliwack, I think just 2, and so on. There's a lot of great music on our soundtrack. Several songs by Ketcha Epstein. She also sings our theme song, her German cover of Windmills of the Mind. A great English rendition of Windmills of the Mind is by Barbara Lewis. Unfortunately, I can't play it. They copy. Oh my! Speaking about copyrighted, you know, my last video, I can't believe it. They blocked the whole video because on the overhead speakers, some kind of tinkling music was playing, and it was copyrighted. So 1.5 minutes of copyrighted music got kind of slipped in onto my camera. Now normally you can go back and trim it out, but the exception is if a video, I didn't know this, if a video is over 6 hours, no trimming, no editing, it's as is. So I'm stuck with that video. The only option is I gotta download the thing, edit it out on a laptop, and then repost it. I don't have the tech for that. So yeah, sometimes Drive, the song Drive by the Cars, I recently had to cut up. So the truth is that I'm constantly getting little flags about the copyrighted music that was played, and I had to go back and trim out. So many times if you hear any of my videos and you notice like a little skip, like a 4-minute skip, that's because I had to trim out the song that was playing behind it or something. So there's been a lot of that, yeah. So there's occasional little awkward skips here and there. But the primary focus is the quotes. Don't judge these quotes by my anxious delivery. Again, maybe it helps knowing that I'm not a shrink in all this. I'd love to be analyzed, so I have been analyzed, right? Oh, there's the elevator. That looks better. Let's stick with the AC. Hold on, where's the AC? Where'd you go, AC? Yeah? Oh, there it is. Oh my God, just this one little spot. Maybe it's blocked. Okay, we'll talk about the soundtrack another time. Yes, so I talked about projective identification. So in other words, if someone's very manipulative, lying all the time, a little gamey and tricky and sneaky, passive aggressive, these kind of games people play. If you layer it all down, shall I compare thee to an onion? The unconscious agenda is to get someone else, okay, it's a cry for love, to get someone else to pick up what you're feeling. Then you can think you're back in the nursery, mother's feeling what you're feeling, and you're going to get soothed by the mother, loved by the mother. So everything's love or a cry for love. I know it's overly simplified, but just as a general idea, if the child reaches the psychological birth at the age of 3, then his ego is developed, meaning a consciousness of his true self, through which he can express. That's his act of love, okay? Expressing his true self. That's his act of expressing who he is. Okay? So, if there's trauma there, then we're in the cry for love to restore the ego, to find our true self, through which to express our true self, through which to love, right? So we want to love, but if there's trauma, we're in the cry for love mode. So that's sort of a famous self-help author. I think it's Helen. It's either Schulman or something like that. Famous self-help author. She's got a massive following. Apparently she had OCD and wrote the same thing manically over and over again a million times. I tried to read like a snippet of her writing. It meanders on quite a bit, but there is some appeal to what she's saying. She talks a lot about projection. Her main line is, "You're never angry for the reason you think you are." Something like that. But the main one is, everything's love or a cry for love. I think that's from her, right? So the general idea of normal development is that if we go through a normal developmental phase, then our doing is normal because we have our being. That's an expression of love, what we're doing. So when we have the psychological self, we have differentiation. That's called whole object relating. I'm okay, you're okay. Now, no one's perfect, that's fine. So I'm okay, not perfect, you're okay, not perfect. But we can appreciate that we're still from the same Homo traumacus. So we're all Homo traumacus basically, from 10,000 years ago. Let's cool off some more here. Oh, I can't stand here. I don't want to bother those guys there. Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah, okay. Let's see. So I don't want to get the staff at that shop to complain. Hey, there's a guy standing up. Let's try this. What is this? Maybe the 6th floor is cooled off a bit because I closed the door up there. Yeah, let's go up to the 6th floor. Yeah. battery while we're at it. Okay, we're okay with the battery. Oh, that's great. Okay.
Lift กำลังขึ้นค่ะ Going up.
So we're posting this in the year 2023.
ชั้น6ค่ะ Sixth floor.
See, it never fails. This door, they never close it for some. Look at that, eh? Jesus. Oh, I gotta. Oh, that must. Oh, there must be people up here then. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That means it's baking here still, right? Better off going back down. Yeah, if the pool part is packed, look at that, eh? That was a rare 5 minutes we got in. Look at that, eh?
กำลังลงค่ะ Going down.
Let's go back then. Hey, wait a minute. How's the fourth floor? Let's try that again.
ชั้น4ค่ะ Fourth floor.
All right. Hopefully I can hang out here for a bit. Or let's see. Let's try this for a bit. Yeah, it's still hot here, but let's hang on here for a bit. So let's go back to where we started with the pool point, the point made at the pool. So love, everything's love or a cry for love. If the child is traumatized, he's going to spend the rest of his life in this cry for love. But it's so confused because he's crying for love and transferring that cry for love with the mother in the nursery into the present. That's why nobody's making sense. Nobody can translate it. Just like that guy looking kind of mean up there. I was thinking, okay, well, that's a cry for love. His golden ball is missing. So in the Disney film Inside Out, when joy and sadness are zooped away, mainly anger's at the console, right? So that's the cry and the pain and the anger of losing the golden ball. So we repeat that interaction with the hope of getting the love to maintain the golden ball, getting it back, kind of thing, right? Yeah, see, I'm not a therapist. I couldn't approach that guy and say like, I'm a therapist. Can I help you? I'm not a therapist, right? So I might make it worse, kind of thing, because if that person's projecting intensely, and I don't have the skill to kind of have the presence of mind to offer a clear interpretation. So that's what the shrieks are for, right? Plus, people have to ask for help. You can't just. It's hard to do that, right? Like usually people have to voluntarily say, like, I need help. I'm upset about something. I need someone to talk to. That's a little different, right? Because they have some kind of ego. They're aware of their situation. They're aware. They have enough of an ego to do the adult thing, to ask, right? like asking people for things without verb, without vocabulary. That's the child like place, right? So, oh, it's baking here. Jeepers, yeah. Oh, forget this. Yeah, sorry, I can't stay. Yeah, this is just as bad as I might as well be outside if I'm going to be in here. Jesus. Let's go back to the second. That's too bad, eh? Fair enough. They want to save money. I get it. Yeah. Doesn't have to be.
Lift กำลังลงค่ะ Going down ชั้น2ค่ะ Second floor
Okay, it's better here. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to here. It's okay. Yeah, I can just do it here for a bit. Jeez, it's taking me all this time. I still haven't cooled off. Yeah, look at that. Jesus. Well, yeah, sometimes that happens. It takes me forever to cool off. That's my anxiety, yeah. Anxiety. One of our threads, we have a thread on anxiety. You're being triggered from a childhood amnesic memory. That is amnesic, but a childhood amnesic memory is being triggered. So some kind of fear, it's been triggered up, but you don't remember it. The body expresses it. So in my case, the perspiration might be that way, right? Okay, so myths and fairy tales, one of the main motifs in myths and fairy tales. Again, fairy tale mythological motifs are metaphors for psychological, inner, emotional, inner, psychic, mental, spiritual, like inner, the feeling, this whole inner realm. Okay, so every character in a myth or fairy tale, it's like one long dream. Every character in a myth or fairy tale is some kind of fantasized personification to express some psychological element of a person, of a mind, of the mind of a person. It all belongs to one person, all belongs to one mind. Like the whole Odyssey is like one long dream of one person. A whole fairy tale is just like different dream sequence of one psyche. You see, so it's not like outer, nothing's outer. I think a quick abbreviation is the Narcissus myth. Okay, so Echo and Narcissus, they're not some kind of separate characters in some kind of outer kind of story. Okay, they represent the psychology of the traumatized mind of a person. If a person is traumatized, if a child is traumatized in the mind, their sense of identity, okay, it's going to be fixated and frozen at the place where they think that there's only them there. Okay, so Narcissus looks into the pool of water, he sees a reflection of himself, and he's stuck there, he's transfixed there. The object of my affection is my reflection. He thinks it's only him in there. He's in this blissful oneness, you know, like the baby's in paradise with his mother, but the mother's him. So he's still stuck at that place. Now we see Echo off in the corner, so that means that the child didn't receive enough love to achieve differentiation. I'm okay, you're okay. He thinks it's only him in there. That's why his feeling self, okay, his soul basically personified into the character of Miss Echo. She's flying off in the corner. So the feeling self got kind of squelched in the non-reporting brain, plus he's disassociated. So his soul is basically recordedly damaged, but it's like flying off in the corner represents the disassociated quality of trauma. So Echo means a person's disassociated soul basically. feelings off in the corner like that, and then he couldn't. He never brought back. He ignored his soul, right? And he just went on like this again and again. Finally, his soul, Echo, turned to stone. Echo became a statue. Underappreciated a point. I don't know why people are forgetting this basic point. It's such a basic point. Okay, so the feelings kind of got hardened or stuck, or immobilized, dried out like a stone kind of thing, right? And narcissists turn into the little white flower. Okay, meaning that illusion that he's a little god. Okay, the baby one with the mother, it's this illusionary thing that he's in. The baby's in this blissful illusionary thing, right? He's one with everything. It's an illusionary kind of thing. The narcissist, it's still in the search for that. And so sometimes called solipsism. It's only about them. It's only them in there. Okay, everything around them is just to serve them. So if it's useful, fine. Not, who cares? They have that kind of utilitarian place. Okay, and his feelings are kind of frozen off. So usually the feelings are considered frozen. That's the most common image, is that it's frozen. Uh-oh. Someone's coming out. No, it's okay. I just don't want to get some kind of... I'm far enough away from those guys. Yeah, they're a little touchy, those ones there. I thought I was going to get a manager come up and say, oh, that'd be nice, a manager. Oh, can I offer you a chair, sir? That'd be nice. Just kidding. Okay, so the sixth floor is out. That's too bad, eh? The fourth floor is baking. This is really my only cool-off place here. Unless I could bring a chair here. There's no real options for the chair. Let's just walk around a bit. Where's that AC? So one song that we play sometimes is Zaz, the singer Zaz, has a song called Et Boule Parrainé, which I think translates as into Bedazzled by the Light. So in the song, she basically says in the song, we're looking for love, we want a love life. But she's talking about a woman who feels stuck in the past, frozen in the past, feeling that life is passing her by. The image was she's on the subway platform, trains are passing by, she's like and then she's afraid to get on the train. She's immobilized, so she's stuck, frozen kind of thing. But she sees like the lights of the train passing by. Another image was some lady was pining for her first love from long ago, and she could never move on. She could never mourn the loss of her first love, because she didn't have a psychic structure to accept loss. So she was pining for that guy again. Decades later, that fellow, her first love, passes her by, doesn't even say hello. So the woman says, oh my God, life's passing me by. When does life begin? So that's maybe the presenting issue, maybe, right? So if we feel like life is passing us by, going through the motions of life, sleepwalking through life, like in a bit like a trance, people joke they feel like the zombie issue or whatever. Or usually these people say midlife, something's missing. They feel maybe like the Velveteen Rabbit. I don't feel fully alive. I don't feel fully real. Where's my vitality, my feelings? Joseph Campbell says, yeah, that's the hero's journey. If you get back the golden ball, we want to feel alive, right? A lot of times people simply say it as that they're living the unlived life, the provisional life. When does life begin? Life's not supposed to be a dress rehearsal. They feel kind of like frozen or stuck. Like their life is on hold, like that frozen woolly mammoth's life's on hold, the one who's stuck in that block of ice up in Siberia somewhere. Okay, that powerful image, right? A woolly mammoth, more or less preserved, frozen in that block of ice up in the Arctic tundra somewhere. I haven't seen it fully, but anyways, that's a pretty clear image for emotional trauma. In the sitcom The Many Loves of Dobie Gillis, one of the characters there would collect petrified frogs. Also kind of a symbol that our emotionality might be petrified, like that frog, approximate metaphor, right? Usually it's something frozen, or the statue one, or again, right? So Zaz's song was saying, yeah, we want to love life, but here's this girl who feels like she can't love life. She's stuck in the past. So let's enter the quote from the Greenberg film, 2010 film entitled Greenberg. Not a very good film, honestly speaking, in my opinion. Don't recommend it, but there was an excellent line in there that I've been using. Shink said to the guy, you have trouble living in the present, so you're dwelling in the past because you feel like you never really lived it. The actual quote was linger. Quote, you have trouble living in the present, so you linger in the past because you feel like you never really lived it. Okay. It's simple, basic, classical conditioning. If the child has his golden ball, feels too much pain, a deep equation, a deep association is made, right? To have his feelings leads to too much pain, so I'm not going to have my feelings because of that memory. Simple, classical conditioning. I'm not a fan of the motivational speaker, what's his name, Zig Ziglar guy, but I heard a little sample. He talked about a flea in a jar. The jar, there was a lid on the jar, and the flea was inside trying to hop up and escape. The flea wanted to flee, but he kept bumping himself on the underside of the lid. He kept bumping up again and again. He kept hitting himself again and again. Finally, the little flea somehow must have figured out it wasn't good for him to do that, so he jumped at a lower level. Then the experimenter removed the lid, and then in the present, if he could see the present for the present, the flea could flee. But the flea transferred his memory of the past into the present, saw the present as the past, and didn't jump out. He was stuck in the past, dwelling in the past, because he didn't process the pain of the past. He's still caught up in the pain of the past, the memory of the past. So although he could be free, he transferred the past, the emotional past, into the present, distorted the present, equating it with the past emotionally. So that's classical conditioning. So humans have this similar sort of phenomena. So that woman in the song, I'll play it later, Zaz's song, E Boule Parini. Let's see, how do I do this? How's this? I don't want to lean on that thing, but I'm trying to get some AC here. There's no other, that's it, there's no other option. Unless on the ground floor one of the Star Trek seats are available. Let's take a look. They've got some Star Trek seats downstairs. Nice tree there. Love the tree. Makes, yeah. Oh, it's busy down here. Yeah. Maybe I could spend a few minutes here. here's one of the Star Trek chairs, yeah. The thing leans back so much, yeah. It has a huge recline on the back. How's the lighting? The lighting's okay. Yes, right. Yeah, almost every seat in front of me is taken. It's pretty busy today. So that's the issue. That we want to get back our golden ball. But to get back our golden ball, to get back our feelings, we need a psychic structure called differentiation. Some kind of self-representation, some kind of sense of self. Okay. With trauma, the child doesn't get that. He only gets it when he's loved. The child feels safe, then he has it. The child doesn't feel safe, he's merged with the mother, one with the mother, fused with the mother, becomes like the mother, acts like the mother. He's too caught in this tarpon of a negative symbiosis. In myths and fairy tales, this is when the boar queen marries the guy, gobbles up the guy. In White Bear King Balaman, the boar queen gobbles up the men and uses the bones as toothpicks. You know, that's the mother complex. And so he loses metaphor, he loses himself, and then he becomes like the mother. See, they don't I think it'd be very, I'm sure there must be fairy tales that represent this, that when the monster eats the guy, he becomes like the monster. That's identification. That'd be a metaphor for identification with the aggressor. He acts like the shaming mother. Oh, look at that. Fancy car here, eh? Okay, a very expensive car. I'm sort of in a, I'm not really in the main, like, core tourist area. I'm sort of in a, I guess, a slightly upscale residential area, but still tourists do come to this general area. So yeah, it's a little more mellower here. I like this atmosphere here. It's not the manic tourist rush here. I guess in Toronto it'd be like maybe something like you know, like Young and Shepherd or something, Baby and Shepherd, maybe something like that. Yeah, maybe that's right. Yeah. Baby and Shepherd, something like that. No, it's not Rosedale, nothing like that. Yeah, it wouldn't be that area, or Forest Hill. Yeah, the last time I went to Kensington Market, oh my God, it's changed dramatically. It's pretty much gone. You know? Centre Island is very nice. If you're ever in Toronto, go to Centre Island. You got to take a 20-minute ferry, but it's well worth it. It's a beautiful park. It's a huge park. You can run around for the whole day. It's a nice park. Yeah. It's called Centre Island. It's the ferry point. It's not far from the CN Tower, just close to there. You get the ferry. Toronto has many nice residential areas. It's a very residential kind of city. A lot of green spaces and things. Yeah, the downtown. They didn't really plan. Why am I talking about? Okay, hang on a second. So we want to be a bastard. We want our consciousness to rise. So, for example, in this collection here, we have 10,000 advanced self-help quotes to that end. These are advanced self-help quotes. We don't, on the one end, one of the benefits of this collection is that we don't really have like the obscure shrink quotes quibbling about what a jargon might mean or should mean, often those red herrings, and they're very intellectualized. I don't find those too relevant or helpful, splitting hairs about this, and maybe just a little battle amongst themselves. So we don't really go down that road. plus we don't really have the other end of the magical thinking, you know, imagine, affirmation, imagine, you know. So those wishful magical thinking exercises and self-help books. So we don't really have that kind of end. We have sort of what's in the middle, in between it all, right? So we have psychologically minded or psychoanalytically minded self-help quotes. They make up about a good 10% of the collection. The 90% comprise sort of the friendlier or more humanistic or more clearly written shrink quotes. So it's developmental theory, object relations theory, about defense mechanisms, and so on. So yeah, and as best as I can see them to be, these 10,000 quotes that we have fit Grice's criteria for communication: relevance, manner, quantity, quality. So quality, I think that part's subjective. If a quote loosens things up, if for example, if a shrink gives an interpretation to a client and you read that quote and things loosen up and you feel some kind of empathy and you felt seen by it, you might get a dream that loosens things up, or you might get a little aha moment. I think that there's quality in this area. Right? If you're learning about the second language, if you're learning about defense mechanisms, how they protect us from our amnesic memories that we're afraid to make conscious. So a typical interpretation is you link the pattern to when it began, and then to see a live here and now example of it, and to kind of make that triangular link of the three, right? And then to catch yourself in a live example of what you're normally doing, thinking that it began somewhere in the past, right? And you're repeating it with the fantasy that by repeating it, you can change the past. That's the cry for love. So repetition compulsion, we could say, yeah, it's a cry for love, right? Yeah, someone said the odd time, if you are repeating the past, and the idea is to make it conscious, then it's healing. But if you're repeating the past and you're not making that effort to make it conscious, then you're just going to keep on repeating until you switch over and make the effort to make it conscious. What are we doing here? Yeah, it's a nice place. Sometimes it's quietish, sometimes it's busy. Yeah, this does, yeah, I was saying before the last time I was here, it does have a little bit of a spacious living room feel to it, right? No, it's a nice place. This is one of the more upscale hotels. But this is the only hotel in this little cluster that has any kind of space. The other places don't really have much open space. If I'm not mistaken, all of the restaurants in this place are owned by the same outfit. They don't lease out to, oh no, that's not true. No, that's not true. Okay, maybe that's why. I'm getting off topic here a fair bit today, huh? Yeah, I guess for like a high school student, this would be a good part-time job. Or someone starting out. It's a nice place to work. Yeah, so quality. So that's very subjective. You know, maybe like for example, just yesterday, the other day, I had my hand on the refrigerator door. I was feeling anxious. I was gonna look for some sweets or something, I had my hand on the door, and I remember one of the quotes from Roger Gould, a self-help author, the author of the book called Shrink Yourself, about emotional eating, one of our threads. So I had my hand on the door, I was about to open the fridge, and I remembered his quote. It said, "What are you really hungry for?" So I paused. What are you really hungry for? And then you think about, well, if it's emotional eating, you want some kind of sweetness, right? But this synthetic sweetness is just a metaphor for the missing original sweetness. So then you think about, well, what can be sweet in your life? What is something sweet? Then you run through your mind, well, something in nature, or walking on a trail, or seeing a flower, or maybe some pleasant scene in nature, natural beauty or something. You think about alternatives, right? And then if you pause long enough, you realize you calm down, and you don't need the emotional cooking, right? So then it worked, and I didn't do it. I backed off. That's from the self-help quote. Yeah. So another self-help exercise is, what's the hardest thing about? You fill in the blank, right? So let's say you're opening up the fridge door. What's the hardest thing about facing what you're feeling? And you notice what you're feeling, kind of thing. Then you do the truth acronym, TRUTH, by Tina Gilbertson. Okay, so tell yourself the situation. Well, my hands on the fridge door. I know this is dysfunctional. I'm not physically hungry, so okay. So TR, realize the feeling. So tell yourself what's the feeling, huh? Just name the basic feeling. Yeah, there's some kind of like urgency feeling. Okay, so some kind of like a little panicky feeling or something, right? Like a desperate feeling. Is that right? Okay, then so your hand's still on the door, right? TRU, uncover self-criticism. Self-criticism. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Why am I still in this place of needing to use sugar, salt, and fat to trick my brain to send me serotonin? How is it that I haven't reached a level of consciousness to regulate? So you should have achieved more healing by now. So you kind of see if you can run through some of the self-criticism. But the self-criticism links to the idea of the inner critic. Now, the inner critic is the memory that the baby created, thinking that it's his job to save his mother. So everything's love or a cry for love. If the mother's not offering love to the baby, then the baby thinks the mother's crying for the baby's love. So the baby thinks, oh, don't worry, Mom, I'll save you, I'll fix you, I'll cure you, I'll help you, I'll heal you, Plus, this is linked in, fused in, because the baby needs mother's love. Now, no baby can transform a dysfunctional mother into a loving mother. It's not going to work. But the memory of the mother hating the child, now he hates himself. That's the inner critic. So it's criticizing you. So the inner critic is basically the memory coming up saying, did you save the mother? Oh, you didn't. So a lot of this inner critic is blurred in this area, right? So just sort of explore this idea of the inner critic, the form it's taking. Just give yourself some recognition of this inner critic character. TRUT. Okay, T, try to give yourself a little empathy. So this is the no wonder one, right? Or you say, well, okay, your situation's like this, so no wonder you're looking for sweetness. Okay. And then have the feeling. That's the H, have the feeling. Or try TQ2360 by Susan Campbell, called the repair, the unilateral repair statement. So she does her little process there of making an I statement. Offner, OFNR, by Marshall Rosenberg, observation, feeling, needs, request. And yeah, there are a few other little self-help kind of exercises. So they're not cures, they're just sort of help you regulate your emotions for the moment. So it's not like a fix or anything, but sometimes we need these little, band-aids, not band-aids, just to ride through a bumpy part. Right? self-regulate. And if you do it again and again, maybe it does help, right? So the quality, jeepers. If you understand others more, you understand yourself more. If you understand yourself more, you understand others more. Okay, so quality, quantity. These quotes are not long at all. 2 or 3 sentences on average. Sometimes just a short phrase. Occasional passage. So the quantity is very manageable. 1 or 2 sentences on average. Okay, the manner, mostly written by shrinks. They have synthesized the material from people before them. They're healing. They're soul doctors. Most of them are doctors, so they're already in the spirit of trying to heal. And a lot of medical doctors graduate and move forward. Well, they choose to specialize in soul repair doctor, because a lot of physical issues come from the psychological. So why not go to the source? So a lot of shrinks are also medical doctors, and they're tired of just fixing the symptoms. Let's heal what's causing these symptoms. Right? Go to the source, so to speak. So there's a real deeper, empathetic, truth-seeking kind of quality, a real detective-like quality. So the manner is from the doctors who are trying to heal you. The relevance. So the relevance is sort of basic. Yeah, they're all relevant to the topic of weaving a basket. They're all relevant to how do we heal ourselves. How do we weave a basket to make it safe, to start to know ourselves? That's starting to differentiate. Sadness appears at the same time. So the first sadness comes on the scene. First we gotta mourn. First before joy, we gotta sad first. So that's the grief process. So mourning is about remembering. But when sadness is not there, I don't want to remember. Just get over it, forget it. I don't want to remember. Don't want to talk. Okay, well that's because sadness is not there. Well, when you weave a basket and have some recognition, you're starting to know yourself. Then sadness can appear. It's sort of simultaneous, they say. The differentiation of sadness appears. Then, okay, it's this verdict of reality that makes the work of mourning so difficult. Then you go through this mourning process. Okay, the truth will set you free. Okay, it's if you need to feel safe with somebody as you're talking about it. Right? Grief is healed when it's witnessed by a caring other. The caring presence makes you feel safe to bring up the feelings. And you are free, and you want to talk about you want to free associate and talk. And now you have these quotes to help you free associate. So these 10,000 quotes can help one free associate, because at least you a little bit know what's going on here. And then after the grief process and the differentiation process through the forgiveness process, okay, forgive your parents, heal yourself. Then sadness and joy can swap seats, and joy can run the console. Now we're loving life. Once we get joy back at the console, that's getting back the golden ball. Jesus, I'm still. I've been sweating this whole time, eh? An hour and a half. Maybe it's the coffee. Maybe I had some. Now let me move. These guys want to sit here. Hold on a second. Let me. Yeah. Maybe I'll play. Let's play a song. Yeah, the battery charger is still okay. Yeah. So in this video we'll be doing TQs 2703 and 4. 2703 is the religious one, the religion on the couch one, and 04 is about this the schizoid dilemma. Maybe what's going on here? One second. Yeah, I think I can play a song. Let's play that Zaz song I was talking about earlier. So this is the presenting issue. Zaz is sort of presenting the basic issue. We want to love life, right? Everything's love of life. Okay, but here's this woman who feels that she's stuck in the past and life is passing her by. So that's sort of the presenting issue. So let's play this one here. do 04 first, and we'll backtrack and do 03 afterwards. I feel like it's a little easier. And then after, let's do the quotes since I'm here, and then so I'll do things in reverse. Usually I do my intro and then the quotes at the end. I think this time I'll do part of the. So I've just done part of the intro. I'll do the quotes now and then go back and finish up the intro part afterwards. So let's do the schizoid dilemma one. We talked about weather, didn't we, last time? Before I forget, I might forget this. Let's do it now while I remember. In one theory about the child development is that first the baby. You're not seeing this, but this I have no AC here. There's no AC around for some reason. So just briefly, the baby has paradise, assuming he's in a welcoming womb. Okay, mother's not too stressed out or going to heavy metal concerts, not arguing or drinking. Assuming everything's okay in the uterus, the baby has his golden ball, his eyes are closed, he's in the amniotic sac, this kind of watery, like floating like feeling, oceanic oneness, oceanic feeling, oceanic bliss, one with the powerful mother, one just all him in there. He's like you see, like he might think like, is he like a god in his own universe or something, and everything's just there to serve him? You see like a little king or god in there, and everything, so the baby hasn't reached a place of differentiation, of having a self-identity, others have an identity. In the beginning, it's just all him, solipsism, narcissism, infantile megalomania, grandiosity. Okay, so egocentricity, whatever we call it. Sanford uses that phrase quite a bit, egocentricity. So the child's got a big ego, put it that way, if we use it that way. Meaning things is all about him. He hasn't reached a place of having been loved to then have gratitude from that. Right? So that's normal, that's part of his development, right? So when he's born, he needs the paradise to continue. Babies can't have paradise lost at birth, right? But babies can't have paradise lost at birth. Babies need an extended paradise. So there's sort of three basic phases. The first phase is the egg. The baby needs a psychological egg, a oneness with the mother, called a stage of symbiosis, merging, fusion, as mentioned before. Okay. And then there's a reverie, interaction, positive maternal experience. Okay, for the first 4 to 5 months, he enters into this egg. Okay, now then he starts to, assuming he gets that, then he hatches out. So he starts to recognize that he's separate, that he's separate from the mother, that he's a person who's separate from the mother. So he's beginning that process. So he's starting to hatch out. It's a gradual hatching for the psychological birth. So now, as he's hatching, he's still in the phase of thinking the world is my oyster. Like everything is for him, everything's about him. Okay, it's all for him. He still has that grandiosity or egocentricity. So here's the thing. This egocentricity idea continues up until 18 months. If the child feels safe to have his normal developmental course, at 18 months it dissipates. Enter now Voyager. He's going to become a little human explorer. But before 18 months, he's just a little god, infantile god, thinking it's all him. Right? So let's say the child, so the child in uterus thinks the world is thinks he owns the world. Okay. The world is my oyster, it's all him. Okay. Infantile megalomania. What's going on? What happened here? This cord isn't too long, right? It's too short. Okay, that's better. Right. So let's call this the sweat video, the perspiration video. So my give back is that the quotes are posted below. So my give back for my anxious delivery is that the quotes are posted below. Just click the more link. You'll get on average 10 quotes. So 900 videos on average. 900 plus videos on average, 10 quotes. So there are over 9,000 quotes right here on this YouTube channel. You know, I'm confident that out of every batch of 10 quotes, there's going to be one. I'm confident one can find one that they might find interesting. And if you do that for each video, each person can in effect create their own 1001 Windmills of the Mind. Just pick one for each video, or 2 or 0 or 3 or whatever it is, right? For convenience, there's a link below for the complete encyclopedia. I keep thinking this is a great resource to have on the iPhone. You can flip through it, read them randomly. Robert Bly's advice: read it for 10 minutes a day. Make it like a little habit kind of thing. And it's good to do something with the quote, like highlight it or handwrite it out or copy paste it or discuss it or whatever. Put it aside. All right. Okay. So when the child is starting to hatch out, he's getting motor skills at the same time. Motor, so he can walk, crawl, run, jump, hop, skip, etc. Right? So while he thinks the world is his oyster, he's got these superpowers. That's sort of like the Superman phase. He thinks he's Spider-Man. He thinks he's got all these powers, right? Now, if there's trauma there, if there's trauma before 18 months, enter that obnoxious, annoying song, "Everybody Wants to Rule the World." No, only the appeal might be for anybody traumatized. The fantasy is the fantasy. If the baby's traumatized before 18 months, he might have the fantasy that he can own everything, because that's the fantasy that the baby has, that he owns everything. The world is my oyster phase, right? So if there's trauma there, that fantasy might be there. So that's that annoying song, "Everybody Wants to Rule," or that obnoxious song that a lot of people like. We heard it on the radio again and again. I don't know why they play that so often, but that's like a trigger of our unconscious fantasies that didn't resolve, that are stuck at that traumatic place. I don't like that song, right? But a lot of people love it. I saw hordes. I saw 50,000 people chanting and jumping up and down, very excited to see that song. Jesus Christ. I don't mind that band's other song, that Shelter one. That's okay, but they only have 2 hits, right? Oh, Shout. Their main hit is Shout, right? Is that right? Shout and Pale Shout. Those are the 2 hits, right? Yeah, we don't have their songs in the soundtrack, but I'll make a note of it as a link to our topic on this issue of Rule the World thing. Okay. So that song expresses the fantasy that a baby's gonna have when he's traumatized, where he was rebuffed by the mother before 18 months. Either he didn't get the paradise with the mother, that's very strong there, or he got the paradise with the mother, but he got rebuffed for his megalomania phase between 4 to 5 months and 18 months. The mother is just supposed to keep the baby safe. Let him think he's a little god. Let him think he owns the world. Let him think it'll dissipate naturally 18 months. See that the popularity of that song kind of is maybe like a clue that there's a lot of trauma before 18 months. And one estimate is that a lot of babies are being traumatized before 18 months. Hence the appeal of that lyric, of that song, right? So because that topic was brought up in a previous video, and because I mentioned the weather here today, I just came across yesterday a little clip. It's only like 30 seconds long. It's from, I've never heard this speaker before. I've heard his name, but I've never heard him speak. I don't know anything about him. But somebody made a reference to him saying this. So I'll play a 30-second clip from a famous guy back in the early 60s. Apparently he was very drunk, alcoholic kind of guy or something, which would kind of make sense. See, there's the alcoholism, right? We have a quote about alcohol. There's the demand for the mother. See, in emotional eating, there's like a preference for the mother, but you can live without it. But the alcohol is, no, I got a mother. It's like a demand for the mother. Okay, so here's an alcoholic who's saying, I got a demand for the mother, but he's not going to say, I have a demand for the mother. So he'll say what you're going to hear in this 30-second clip I'll play now. So I'm not going to address the weather issue he's talking about. That's just code for his unconscious fantasy that he wants to rule the world kind of thing. He's just using the weather as the tool for it, right? Okay. So my point is, if there's trauma before 18 months, they're going to be stuck at that place where they didn't get their the world is my oyster phase needs met. So they're stuck there. Emotionally, they're stuck there. They carry that stuck lens, that frozen, freezing, time, spatial, spectacle lens, and see the world through those lenses. And they're stuck there, hoping that by repeating and reliving and staying there, they're waiting for mother's love. They're going to recreate, relive, reorchestrate, do things based on that point of view, replaying the record they create, waiting for mother's love. But nothing in the present can transfer the person back to the nursery to get the love. So let's tie in this issue about the record quickly. Okay, so love or cry for love. If the person reached the love place, okay, I'm okay, you're okay, age 3, psychological birth, they can play a lot of tunes, a lot of feelings, like empathy, the quote-unquote more human side of being a human is available, right? Relationships become like fine wine. They can make I statements, spontaneous, affectionate, tender, playfully spontaneous. The play is warm and therapeutic, and there's a real love quality tone to the psychological birth area. That's our natural place. Joy runs the console, enjoying the present. Nothing's at anybody's expense. We're all one family. It's a natural light in that area, and so on. But if there's trauma, okay, earlier, then we create a record. We create a record. The record has a tune called the Cry for Love on it. Imprinted or pressed in the grooves is the memory that the baby was crying for mother's love, and mother said no. Mother shamed the baby. Mother not meeting the baby's needs, misatune, malatune. Baby felt shamed by that. So let's just say it that way, right? Boy, I'm still, look at that, eh? Must have been, maybe it was maybe. So I still haven't had a chance to really fully cool off, eh? Like I walked here, I was sweating already, and I jumped right into the video right off the bat. Maybe that's my problem now. But see, look, it's already like 5 o'clock, close to 5 o'clock already. That's why I tried to start the video. Yeah, let's do the record part. So the grooves on the record, it's basically the memory of the interaction. Baby's crying for love, mother said no. This is kind of set, it's repressed, it's a conflict, it's inner conflict. Baby wants the love, mother always says no. Compulsion to repeat, to get with the fantasy to get that love. It's rebuffed, no, he's going to play it again and again. And so we go through life playing this record. We carry this record with us everywhere we go. In every new situation, new people, new place, we relive and recreate a staging thing to represent the past, to transfer the past into the present. The present becomes the presenting past. Masterson calls it transference, acting out. You're going to transfer the past into the present and act out the whole thing, like an acting thing, like a theater thing. Okay, and he can act like actors. He's going to be an actor, get others, co-actor kind of thing. It's just it's such that the person can then feel they're back in the past and replay the record. Mother need love, not shame. Love, not shame. Replay the record. So Bergler puts it this way. One of our mentors, Edmund Bergler. Every neurotic is a music enthusiast, but he only has one record. This one record that we're talking about. Imagine, yeah, by the way, imagine this one record. So those, imagine a 45, those plastic vinyl, they're made out of plastic, like they're flat, they go on a turntable, they go round and round on a turntable with the needle and all this, right? But usually those 45s, they have a side A, one song, and on the side B there's another song. But sometimes the 45, it's the same song on both sides. So to avoid this, I remember sometimes the magazine, they'd include like a floppy, flimsy floppy plastic with on one side the grooves of a song, and there was nothing on the back. It was completely flat on the back. So it was really just the one song. I think that image really conveys the one song. And it's this flimsy, tired old one song. And he only has that one song. This tired old, flimsy cry for love. And it's getting flimsier and flimsier. But it's set in there, it's a groove, it's set in there. Maybe eventually. Or it's a 45 with the same song on both sides, either way. So he carries this record, okay, this vinyl music disc record. Every time he sees a record player with never-ending fiery ardor, this compulsion, this never-ending fiery ardor, this constant compulsion, he's going to play that one tune. He's going to spin that record, meaning in the present, he's going to recreate and stage the nursery thing in the present, transfer the unfinished business with the mother in the nursery, transfer that into the present, using others like in a staging thing. So he'll be the shaming mother, shaming others the way his mother shamed him, or he'll do it directly. He'll coax others to shame him the way his mother shamed him. So those are the two ways the reenactment can take place. If the trauma takes place before 18 months, where the egocentricity, the grandiosity didn't dissipate, he still thinks the world is my oyster phase. That, okay. Or this clip I'm gonna play, or he wants to rule the world or own the world kind of thing. He's like a drunken megalomaniac. He seemed like a drunken kind of megalomaniac kind of guy, right? Like a crazed drunk madman or something. But it's I don't know, I'm not going to say too much, I don't know him too much, but I did see one footnote saying he was alcoholic or something. It's funny because that was my first thought when I saw him speaking at one of those, when he made one of those speeches. He looked out of it and he's just in this numb, like, reading the teleprompt in this kind of like daze, like drunk. He looked a little drunk or something, but he got through it, eh? But see, that's another clue why I'm playing this, because the drunk issue, we had a quote about that. The alcoholic issue, they said, it's demand for the mother. Because if you bliss out and you blank out, what is it? Oh, I forgot again. Jocose, bellicose, morose, ramos. Is that right? The four Moses. Morses, the four Morses. Bergler has the thing about the four. So first he's jocose, he's all excited. Then he's bellicose, he's belligerent. Then there's a remorse, morose, remorse and morose, or the other way around, something like that. But when he's in that blissed out place, he's trying to recreate an escape from the mother and oneness with the mother. He's an emotional fugitive from the love that he's seeking. Okay. So, the fugitive show, the psychological metaphor of that show was Richard Kimball is an emotional fugitive from the justice he seeks. The baby is an emotional fugitive from the love that he seeks. So he's running away, so the alcohol, he'll bliss out, whatever, blank out, but he's seeking for the mother, but he's running away from the mother at the same time. So another variation of it would be this clip I'm going to play here. I just discovered this. I didn't know it was around all these years. This was 1962 or something. So it's been around for, jeepers, what's that? 20, 40, 60 something years or whatever. 60. But I'm not playing it for the weather part of it. He just says weather is the tool for his fantasy to rule the world, right? So I'm not playing it for the weather part in this clip here. So, and also, why are people out there constantly wanting to? Also, related to that, I played an earlier clip for one of the leaders of the AI thing, and it seemed like he was very excited. Well, if I don't rule the AI, I'm going to be ruled by the AI, and then he has a very negative view of it. So he better, it's either my greed or your greed. I eat or you, I eat you or you. He has this again, trauma before 18, trauma early on. The baby's unmet need turned into oral greed. He became enraged. Too much excitation. The mammalian part of the brain would send him too many hormones, stress hormones, adrenaline. Can't use it. Trick himself. Mother's a hungry wolf that wants to eat him. That's how he copes to not get too many stress hormones. He's trying to protect himself. So it's a trick of the mind. So he thinks the mother is a hungry wolf that wants to eat him. Okay. Identification with the aggressor. He'll act greedily, thinking if he's not going to be greedy, then he'll be the baby who's going to be eaten by his mother. Can you believe it? Some people go through life with that traumatized brain mentality. Well, my greed or your greed. I rule, you know, it's a similar category. It's the same brain trauma area. With this clip here, well, I want to rule everything. And the other guy was saying, yeah, I want to rule it all. And his friend there was, I'm so excited, I'm nervous, I'm scared, but I'm so excited. I want to rule it too. Because we're buddies, right? We're the same. We're colleagues and all this, or whatever it was. So this mentality of control and all this, the baby didn't get the quote-unquote control of the world up until 18 months that he's supposed to have, naturally have. When there's trauma, we repeat. So these kinds of slogans, my greed or your greed, or like this guy wanting to rule everything, that's a sign of trauma, that they didn't get their needs met for the first 18 months. Again, for the first 4 to 5 months, it's for the mother's reverie, mother's attunement, a positive maternal experience. Mother sees, hears, feels, soothes the child. The child records that. Then he can do those things for himself. 4 to 5 months, he starts to hatch out. He runs around. The world is my oyster phase. Okay, he rules the world phase, whatever we call it. Mother accepts that, doesn't rebuff him for it. Mother doesn't shame him for it. Just keep him safe, let him have it. Okay, 18 months, a huge shift, a huge developmental, emotional graduation takes place. Yes, talking about commencements. He graduates 18 months from an emotional place. Now he's going to be, now love has love, empathy, ability to grieve. These things have started to enter the psychological picture post 18 months, but he's sort of stuck. If he's stuck between 18 months and 36 months, he's in this complicated phase there where he's going to be a clinger, a pleaser, caretaker. He's still in that kind of wanting to save everybody and all this, right? Whereas the infantile God one, their emotional development didn't reach that place. They didn't stay on track. See, the track is babies think in the beginning, I'm not okay, mother must be okay. Okay, before 18 months is too painful, they give that up. They say other's not okay, and they say, well, I'll take refuge in the old belief that when I was in uterus, I was a little God. So they'll say, I'm okay from that. And their humanness they put onto others. On the record, when they replay the record, mother shamed them. So when a new situation, they'll play the mother shaming them, but they'll see them onto others, hence they'll shame others to replay the record of mother shaming them. That's their cry for love when they replay the record, because on the record they were shamed by their mother. It's just that they can't relive the pain of being shamed by the mother, so they act like the shaming mother. So that's called identification with the aggressor. It leads to one of the stinger personality patterns, because they're hurting others to replay the mother hurt them, and they're just doing it over and over again. It's addictive. And they hate the quote-unquote more human side of being human because it was so rejected in them and so shamed in them. Their emerging true self was so devalued so early on. They identify with the aggressor. and then they hate the feeling realm, the soul realm, the empathy realm, trust realm, affection. Oh, they'll hate all that, right? Because it was hated in them. It didn't even develop in them. So the stinger personality patterns, the various stinger personality patterns that come about between birth, or maybe before birth, let's say. Okay. Yeah, maybe Maynard Krebs had something going on before birth. Prenatal trauma with emotional catatonia, one shrink said in that show. And the mystic powers of Maynard Krebs, one of the episodes about that guy. Interesting episode, yeah. The Mutterkampf, one guy, he had a Mutterkampf, not a mother complex, a Mutterkomplex. We're learning lots of German here. In German, mother means Mutter. Mutter. Okay, so let's back up a second. So we're talking about the record, right? Every neurotic, okay, it's neurotic to not enjoy the present. It's neurotic to sabotage and misperceive the present, misuse the present, make up the present, not realize the present, not enjoy the present, distort the present, paratastic distortion, confirmation bias, cherry picking. You're gonna do all these little tricks. You're trying to see the present through the lens of the past, because you're still dwelling in the past, you're lingering in the past, okay, hoping, because you're stuck with the unfinished business with the mother. Okay, so you're dwelling in the past, waiting for mother's love. So you want to transfer that past into the present. To do so, you're not going to enjoy the present. So you're neurotic that way. Okay, shaming others to replay how one had been shamed by the mother, that's neurotic. It's not going to change what happened in the nursery. Okay, prodding others to reject them, to replay how the mother rejected them, that's neurotic because you're not enjoying the present. So this neurotic is a very general phrase. Just basically means you're dysfunctional, not loving life. So if you're not loving life, you're neurotic. Put it that way, right? In healthy life, you're loving life. You're in the present. It's not a sin. It's not Schadenfreude. It's not this grandiosity thing. That's the trauma before 18 months ago. One second. I got somebody sitting right beside me. Maybe it's just as well because I'd like to cool off. So let's play the clip and then I'll cool off. Okay, so you're going to hear a clip. So this clip is in reference to trauma before 18 months. Okay, hold on a second. So the record is, in the present, when a person replays the record, if they were traumatized before 18 months, when they replay the record, on the record, mother shamed them. But when they recreate that, restage that in the present, they're not going to relive it directly. It's too painful. They're going to play the shaming mother who shames them. So they're going to recreate the mother hurting them. But again, what they did in that point is to not feel mother hurting them anymore, to distract themselves of that. They'll project their wounded, shamed self onto others and say, others are not okay. Others are no good. They're talking about themselves, but they can't feel it. They're going to play the shaming mother who shames them, but they can't feel it. So they'll find someone else as a stand-in for them. Non-threatening substitute other, innocent, safe other, because when they were a baby, they were safe, non-threatening, innocent to the mother. They'll find others to represent that. They'll play the shaming mother who shames them. Okay. They'll see their unloved self onto someone who's innocent, because they were innocent once upon a time, and the mother shamed them. They're going to play the shaming mother. Okay, so that's how they're playing the record. If the trauma takes place, that's called a negative magic gesture, identification with the aggressor, one of the stinger personality patterns, etc. If the trauma takes place post 18 months, where the child doesn't cross over, so to speak, he doesn't derail his emotional development. He stays on track of I'm not okay, you're okay. Okay, a side thread here. When the baby comes out of the uterus, he's got to have his paradise. If it's not there, he thinks he's defective. Part B, he can't parse out where he begins and ends and where the mother begins and ends. So if the mother's quote-unquote defective, he thinks he's defective. Part C, baby's got to save the mother. He thinks he wants to save the mother to get his paradise. He can't do it, so he's defective. Insult to injury, he's got to lie to himself and hallucinate the mother's a goddess, unconscious guilt. So you add it all up. All babies begin in the beginning with I'm not okay, you're okay. Okay, other, your. Okay, if you put a dash between the M and the O in the word mother, So the other, the you look at the emotional of the mother. The mother's the prototype of the other. So the mother must be seen as okay. So others is going to be okay, and you're not okay. So all babies begin with, I'm not okay, you're okay. Just briefly, just for a few weeks and all this. But if the mother's too malatune, it's a strain. Every day, mother's doing it wrong. She's upset and makes excuses, and it's all about her. And she's stuck in her traumatic past, and she didn't get the love that she needed to feel love for her. She's okay. Something's going on with her, right? She's traumatized. She has her record, so she's not there yet in that place. So the child is strained again and again. Oh, what's that? Oh, some kind of a colorful. Oh, it's a free shuttle bus. That's the most colorful free shuttle bus I've ever seen. I wasn't sure what it's from or for. Well, that's quite an effective advertising, right? It had like a playful, colorful quality to it. It was okay. You might have positive associations with, assuming it's for a hotel or something, with that place. Let's play the clip here. There it is there, right?
That will permit man to determine the world's cloud layer. And he who controls the weather will control the world.
Yeah, that's a megalomania. That's infantile megalomania. He wants to control the world, kind of thing. So he's just using the weather issue as a tool to do so. See, that's code. I'm sure any shrink would call that out if it's like that. Again, should we play it again? Yeah, he looked a little crazed, and he was like waving his hands in a manic way. It's like the baby, breast, mother, where are you? I want to be there for me. He wants to control the breast. So babies have a fantasy that they want to control the breast. If the breast is frustrating the child, he gets angrier and angrier. He ends up with rage. So he ends up with he uses that rage into the fantasy realm. So the fantasy realm is he wants to possess the breast, gobble the breast. To control the breast, he's got to gobble it up and own it, possess it, devour it. Okay. Hence, he projects those traits onto the mother and says the mother's a hungry wolf that wants to devour him. So that's a projection. Okay. In the fairy tale, when there's a monster that wants to gobble up the baby or the child, like in Hansel and Gretel, the witch wants to eat the people. Right? In the Cyclops, in the Odyssey, the Cyclops is eating the people. Okay. So the witch won't eat me. Book and so on, right? This is just a projection to describe that the person with trauma projected his oral rage and greed onto the mother concept. That's all it is. The mother is not that harmful. Okay? It's just the baby's feelings about mother's confusion. Okay, and then to cope, to not feel too many stress hormones, by all that, he's got to project it as a trick to not feel the cortisol. Yeah. So that kind of comment there, I think, is a pretty clear, pretty vivid fantasy that represents the baby wanting to control the breast. So if he has this tool or whatever he's talking about, then he's going to control the breast. See, he's stuck in the past. That kind of thing means you're stuck in the past. The normal development, we're generative. We're all one family. We're all generative. We're all healing together. We're all the same family. Why does he want to control? Who wants to? We're all one family with the world. Like hold on, let me check out. Okay, let's cool off. I don't want to give these guys some peace here. Although they did hear me talking, and they did still sit beside me. Okay, let's let me go somewhere to cool off here. Oh, the quotes. Okay, let me cool off. We'll come back and do the quotes. So when we come back, we'll do 2704. Or why don't I read these first and then okay, let's do 2704 here quickly, and then I'll go cool off somewhere. So this is a new jargon here, we're introducing it. It's basically synonymous with the schizoid pattern, but they come about it from a different kind of perspective. It's way more intense. They attribute much more significance to the schizoid dilemma. They think it's deeper than most people realize. So let's out of curiosity, let's check it out. Okay, TQ 2704, the claustro-agoraphobic syndrome. The claustro, I mean like claustrophobia, right? And then the agoraphobia. Okay, like fear of walking alone in the public or something, right? And the claustrophobia, like you're in the elevator and you feel too anxious to be stuck in the elevator, or you feel too anxious to walk alone, in the public square or whatever. Okay, the claustro-agoraphobic syndrome, an inability to make contact, an inability to make contact with others, and to find it impossible to maintain any warm and steady relationship. Okay, like a warm, trusting, caring, relaxed, easygoing relationship. So they're missing the warm kind of relationship. We're not talking about some kind of strategic, let's take turns playing big shot together, let's hate a third together. I'm not talking about those kind of grandiosity issues. So an inability to make to have intimacy, and they find it impossible or almost impossible to maintain any kind of warm and steady relationship. If they actually manage to enter into a relationship, it rapidly becomes intensely dependent and results in disorders of identity. Yeah, so if they do enter into a close relationship, they lose themselves. Can't live without you, kind of thing. So they're fused. They're one with them, basically. That means they lose their identity, kind of thing, right? Claustro-agoraphobia is a combined term for persons who can tolerate neither intimacy nor separateness in their personal relationships without feeling trapped, confused, and abandoned. The claustro-agoraphobic dilemma. The client tries to find safety by coming close to his object, but then becomes anxious, feels trapped, and tries to escape. once outside, he feels unprotected. And becoming anxious again, he tries to get back inside. This means there is nowhere that the client feels safe and no identity that he feels comfortable with. Yeah, John Steiner, that's a key one, right? Oh yeah, this first one is from Ray. He's the guy that came up with the phrase. Okay, fourth one here. Claustroagoraphobia constitutes the natural dilemma of those who have not developed a true personality, meaning individuation, your authentic self, your true self. He means it that way, right? Not some false identity where you're going to imitate the mother and you're full of spite and vindictiveness and injustice collecting. That's not a true personality, right? Anything other than I'm okay, you're okay is a false personality. These clients are afraid of being trapped and dominated in the interpersonal relationship, that they escape to find themselves in the anguish of emptiness. So if they're alone, they feel empty, anxious. If they're in a relationship, they feel trapped and dominated. Yeah. That's the schizoid dilemma in a nutshell. Yeah, that's a good one, right? Okay, so the schizoid dilemma, or the claustroagoraphobia dilemma, constitutes a situation where of those who have not developed a true self. Okay, they haven't individuated. They don't have their differentiation. Okay, so these clients are always afraid of being trapped and dominated. That's the engulfed by the, right? That's the engulfment. Okay, feeling too controlled and dominated by the partner. They just feel it. They just believe it. Right? The partner might not be like that, but they just assume that. So they escape to find themselves. So they escape, but then they find themselves in the anguish of emptiness. So if they're on their own, they feel empty. If they're in a relationship, they feel engulfed. The claustrophobic fear of being imprisoned within the mother, and the agoraphobic wish to return to the womb and fear of being shut out of it. These are universal longings and conflicts that have contributed to the mental development of humankind for thousands of years. So yeah, so that last point says it in a more general, broader way, in a more social, broader way. She's saying here that this is a deeper issue than we realize, and that a lot of our human development is dealing with this. Right? Like where do we set the chair? If it's too close, we feel engulfed. If the chair goes back, we feel abandoned and empty. So where do we settle the chair? So all of our human development is about finding this chair to settle in some kind of place. Because if the chair is there, somebody's too anxious. Like normally, if the chair is settled, they're going to be engulfed. So they back up. Oh, now they're going to be abandoned, so they get closer. So all of humankind development for thousands of years is driven by this claustrophobic dilemma or syndrome. So this is a broader, wider application of the schizoid dilemma. Schizoid dilemma, as previously discussed in previous videos, was mainly about just personal intimacy in a two-person relationship, right? This one seems to have it a broader. Now, I don't have it included in here, but they go even deep. They take it a step further. They think that these fantasies come from... Now, they didn't even say this, so I'm just going to add this myself here. So that's why it's not included in here. But they think the source of all this is that if the baby's in the uterus and he's having a hard time in there, what kind of fantasies do you think he has? If a child is experiencing prenatal distress syndrome, let's say the mother goes to the heavy metal concert and the child is overwhelmed with stress, and the mother's cortisol enters his body and he's kicking around, and the mother says, "Hey, look, Junior inside's going to be a soccer star." The child's kicking in a panic, freaking out, and he twists the cord. Now he's not getting enough oxygen, so he's in a greater panic. What kind of fantasies does the child have? What kind of fantasies do you think the little baby inside is having when he's in an unwelcoming womb, when he's experiencing prenatal distress syndrome? Okay, so these are all the horror imagery fantasies, right? All these monsters and frightening things are going on inside, right? So now when he's enclosed, okay, so that's the set point. So when he's enclosed, he has these terrifying fantasies. So that leads to the claustrophobic side of it. Now, if he's traumatized and he's not loved later on, so if he's out of the womb and mother's not around or something, that's the agoraphobic side of the scale, spectrum. So they seem to go together. If he's traumatized inside, he's not going to feel safe to receive love outside. So being outside of the womb, he's freaking out because of the despair of emptiness, the abandonment depression. If he's outside, but if he goes inside, you can imagine the nightmare that he's feeling. Okay, so he's feeling like a hellish feeling in effect, because the shame and the rage. Okay, in mythology, the hell scene is a symbol for the emotion of shame. Shame, this burning, biting feeling. The baby feels immense shame when he's experiencing prenatal distress syndrome. So when he exits the womb, he's abandoned. The cords are removed, the placentas are removed, mother's not around. Whoa. So now he's in this despair feeling. So she thinks here that this maybe is the driver of a lot of what's going on. Masterson has the phrase, the secret schizoid. Like, underneath, shall I compare thee to an onion? Underneath our personality patterns and traits and all this, underneath it, a lot of people have what's called the secret schizoid dilemma. I don't seem to mind, I'm still there. I'm not talking too loud. Maybe I don't bother them. I'm not talking too loud. Okay. I'm always scanning the environment. I don't make sure I'm not bothering anyone. Not too many places where I can go to do these videos, you know. I'm thinking maybe, I'm wondering if I might in the future be doing these on the shoreline and have some birds fly by. And, yeah, a year ago, this time, 1 year ago, exactly around this time, roughly a year ago, in other words, last summer, I did 17 videos on a shoreline. Birds, water, ocean, seaweed, mosquitoes, bees, flies. Well, not too many flies. A few mosquitoes and bees. Lots of birds, seals, herons, blue jays, a few blue jays. Once those Canada geese. Once I had a heron just near me. I was on the rocky shoreline. Lots of waves. It was nice. I did 17 videos on the shoreline. A lot of good videos. I don't know what happened. It's a real mystery to me. But those 17 videos somehow got deleted from my account or something. Luckily, the quotes are preserved. So all of the quotes are saved. But all that nice scenery and my commentary, 50 hours of commentary kind of got lost. And so I thought, okay, well, I'll save the quotes and just keep going. So it was I had a bit of a setback here. But luckily, I think this past 1 year, I think there's been some excellent quotes. My delivery, I think, has improved a little bit. If you think my delivery, whatever you think of my delivery now, it was way more anxious when I started. But I kind of felt like I had to start somewhere. But another reason I include this quote here, because what's his name? Francis Mott has a book called The Universal Design. He thinks the sort of the patterning of things, the prototype is what's going on in the uterus. So if in the uterus a lot of children are having a hard time, okay, like if some people say if there's too much air pollution, the child might suffer from this. So if the child's suffering when he's in the uterus, then later on he'll have this issue of intimacy, of being too close, because if he's too close, he'll be triggered of that painful time in the uterus. So he'll be claustrophobic with people. Now, if the child's traumatized in the uterus and it doesn't get healed post-birth, then he'll always have this agoraphobia-like quality. Meaning he can't know himself or have his true identity and all this. So he's going to look back for the safety of the mother. But the mother means all those painful anxieties in the uterus. And her argument was, I didn't include it here, but she has all these like she goes through some myths and fairy tales and interprets a lot of very old myths and fairy tales from this lens of the claustrophobic, agoraphobic perspective. So our humankind developments and actions may be influenced by this issue. Back to Masterson's. It wasn't a joke. He was just saying it as like a simile or something. You're in a coffee shop. You want to have coffee with your friend. You're sitting in your chair. You're comfortable, but your friend can't find a spot to settle his chair, and he's constantly shuffling. The whole time you're there, he's shuffling the chair forward and back, forward and back. It's a ridiculous scene, I know, but it's just like a metaphor that of this claustrophobic, agoraphobic issue, right? If the chair, he feels when he moves the chair forward, he feels claustrophobic. To deal with that anxiety, he steps back. Now he feels agoraphobic. To deal with that anxiety of being abandoned, he moves the chair forward. And it goes on like this all the time, and he never knows how to imagine that dynamic for all of humankind in our development. That's what she's saying. Okay, I guess I'll just leave it at that for now. But the source point, which I don't include here, is the immense, terrifying fantasies that the baby has when he's in an unwelcoming womb. Okay, so there's a book called Knowledge of the Womb. Okay. Actually, Edmund Berger has a thing called the baby's fears, right? So the baby has all these wild fears. It seems to be expressed in a lot of these scary films, horror movies, and all this. This seems to be in reference to what the baby's feeling. So some people feel maybe some kind of validation on some level. They feel that. I'm not interested in that. And maybe those same types of fears are felt when they feel alone, when they're abandoned. I don't have, it's funny, I don't have Berger's theory about the baby's fears. His theory is, let's say the mother is upset or something, right? Teresa Benedict says the quality of the mother's milk will be affected. Now the baby's nursing, and he feels, oh my God, what is this? Is mother gonna hurt me with this bad milk or something, right? So the child has this irrational fear of in that area, right? Or if the mother's rough handling the baby, if she's rude in her handling of the baby, he might have a fear of great physical harm or something later on, right? Or if what's the other one? Oh, that was a long time. Yeah, I didn't get into that realm. I put that aside. So so just to be on the safe side, let's let all babies live in a safe, peaceful, welcoming womb. Let the baby have his paradise. And then when he's born, paradise continues 4 to 5 months. Let him have it to continue 4 to 5 months. And then from 4 to 5 months to 18 months, let him think he owns the world, right? Like that drunken guy talks about. The drunkenness might be like similar attitude. He wants to rule the world, rule the mother, own the mother, be one with the mother. So he thinks he's ruling the mother, right? When he drinks the whatever, he thinks. Okay, so let the child have his oyster phase. The world is my oyster phase. Don't rebuff him. Let the child experience that when he looks into his mother's face, as if the mother's face was a mirror of what he sees about himself, that the mother delights in the mystery of the child's uniqueness. Ogmandino's poem, the scroll marked number 4, Nature's Greatest Miracle. Mother looks at the child and says, "Oh my God, nature's greatest miracle, the Great Spirit's at work here." She's noticing the Great Spirit at work here. Even all the leaves on the stem there are unique. All the leaves, every leaf on this bush here, on this hedge here, is unique. The Great Spirit wants it that everything is unique. So the mother's got to go, wow, this is unique. Not a carbon copy of her. Child sees, the mother sees that, then he sees it for himself, kind of thing. So-called mirroring phase. So I don't have many quotes from it, but a self-help author named what's her name again? I just did it the other day. Beverly Engel talks about the different mirrors that the baby might see of his mother. If the mother's a certain way, that's like a mirror for the child. He'll see himself that way, the way the mother sees him. So the mirror is meant to be a delightful joy, respect for the mystery that the Great Spirit has it, that their child is going to be unique. And the child has that self-acceptance. So the self-esteem is going to come a lot from this area. Just make sure, let me be clear, let me just make sure I'm not bothering these people beside me here. Let's go upstairs and I'll come back and do the religious quotes, the religion quotes. Yeah, so we'll come back and do these are not bad here, yeah, these ones here. By two guys here. Firth and Beit Halami, this one there. Okay, let's go. Hold on a second. What, I got 84, huh? All right. Oh, it's totally packed. Yeah, every seat's taken. The guests here are very considerate. Almost all the guests here really kind of keep their volume down here. Yeah.
กำลังขึ้นค่ะ going up
Let's take a peek at the pool place. Yeah. It's extremely rare for me to be the loudest one in the lobby. I might be the loudest one.
ชั้น6ค่ะ sixth floor
Aha! All right. Hey, all right. It's empty. All right. Okay, let's hang out here for a bit. Yeah. This isn't the, oh, this is the outdoor restaurant for this place. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, here's, we can do a real theater here, eh? Look at that, huh? Aha! Here's a nice spot. Let's see. No cushions, but that's okay. Okay, some storage space here. How's it right here? How's the lighting here? Yeah, we could sit here for a bit, eh? Well, let's get the pool. Yeah, let's get the swimming pool, yeah. We could put on a real theater, a theater thing here, right? How's this? Do we get the flowers in the background? let's get the flowers, huh? Oh, there it is, yeah. Okay, let's hang out here for a bit, yeah. See, I would love to interview a shrink to provide more clarity about this claustro-agoraphobia dilemma. Give us a little more insight about it. Maybe it sounds kind of dramatic. Are they just saying it as a as code for the general fear of intimacy and being too alone or something? Is it just simply like that, or is it if a person does have fear of intimacy, does it trace to some kind of unconscious fantasies that we created in the uterus? And those are immensely scary fantasies. The baby's terrified in the uterus. He's enclosed and he's terrified in there. So that's like the hell. That'd be like the baby's would feel like he's in a metaphorical hell in the uterus. So he's born, he'll be afraid of intimacy because he'll be reminded, it might trigger up those kind of feelings. Intimacy may trigger up, that's the claustrophobic side of it all, right? Now if the child doesn't have enough love to have his identity, what does he do then? Right? So he has these two fears, right? So they phrase it in that agoraphobic dilemma. So a guy named Henry Ray came up with this phrase. I think he's Italian shrink or something. It's usually called the schizoid dilemma or the schizoid phenomenon. But the schizoid phenomena is more general, right? It's too general, right? It's a broader term. Right? I think this term is a little more specific, right? Yeah. Oh, it's nice to be, I gotta confess, it's nice to be outside like this, yeah. Oh yeah, this is much nicer, yeah. It's nice to hear the water. Do you hear the water? Yeah, I'm noticing for the first time a genuine appreciation for the sound of the waves of the water, yeah. I hear a lot of construction sounds all around usually. So the broad general personality patterns that spring about from attachment trauma, okay, are the stinger personality patterns, where they identify with the aggressor, see themselves onto others, okay, and then replay how the mother shamed them by playing the shaming mother shaming them, but finding someone else to stand in for them. So it doesn't change the past. It's a negative magic gesture. Shaming others doesn't take a person back to the nursery and get the love that they needed back in the nursery. It doesn't work, right? Or the clinger way, where they just prod others to shame them the way their mother shamed them. So the general personality patterns is the stingers and the clingers. So the stingers ones are mainly the bully pattern, Iago pattern, lower functioning BPD pattern, all of the varieties of the narcissistic pattern, right? Not only the quote-unquote star one, the exhibitionistic one, But you can have like the closet narcissist, where they bask in the glory of other people. Okay, so they just take vicarious fantasy delight that they're the star by basking in the star exhibitionistic narcissistic display of others. So they're like the so-called closet. Masterson talks about this one. There's the total narcissist one, where they have where they take egocentric delight that they're detached and don't need anyone. That's the turtle one. The clinging vine narcissistic one, where they take an egocentric pride where they don't have to grow up and just get others to take care of them or something like that. And a few other patterns in there. So the grandiosity is the main thing there. So the humor is usually pretty negative. Okay, cynicism gratifies the grandiosity. Okay, the grandiosity replays the trauma that they didn't get the love to develop out of the grandiosity. They're still stuck in the grandiosity place. If two stingers get together, like as friends, they take turns playing big shot together, right? So the idea is they'll take turns playing big shot. So the two friends will say, all right, no I statements, no feelings, no tenderness, no affection. They both, let's use the claustro-agoraphobic phenomena. So no, you can't get too close, you can't be too far. So we'll do this utilitarian thing. So you'll be useful, we'll take turns being useful to each other. So you'll get a turn playing big shot, and you give me a turn playing big shot. Okay, so they just listen to each other's grandiose stories. Then to deal with the anger as well that exists between them, they'll have a third. So they'll scapegoat a third. So they'll instantly, usually at the very beginning, they'll establish who they're going to hate in common. Like who will they agree to hate together? So they'll scapegoat a third, make up, the guy in 5G in that building. They'll just make up some little thing. They don't care. They need it. That's called a scapegoat hunger. So the two buddies will express their hate at the innocent third, and he does it. They both do it that way. They don't do it at each other. Scapegoat. If it's a couple and they get married, this scapegoat hunger phenomenon takes place where they scapegoat one of the children. So one of the children will be treated poorly, so that they want the child to be angry. Then they can think that the child is expressing their anger. So they want the child to be like a proxy for their anger. So proxy means someone who feels for you, does something for you, plays a role for you. Okay, so the husband and the wife covertly, secretly agree to fix it so that one of their children will be angry and naughty. They take secret delight in that. That's just part A, right? So the husband says, oh yeah, he's expressing my anger. She says, oh yeah, he's expressing my anger. That's just part A. That's just the setup. After that takes place, now they manufactured an excuse to say, look at how naughty our child is. He's threatening all this. We got to count. Now we have to counter aggression, and now they created an excuse to express their anger at the child. So first they made the child angry to have the excuse to be angry at the child, because they right. So the parents they do this so that the parents won't be angry at each other. They direct their anger at the third, the scapegoat. I'm not a big fan of this Murray Bowen guy, but he calls this, he thinks this is a very common phenomenon, the so-called emotional triangle issue. But this only takes place with the stinger personality patterns. A healthy husband and a healthy wife, they're not going to scapegoat their children. They don't need to do this. Only the stinger personality type, the narcissistic couple, will do such a thing. Okay? Because why? Because the husband or wife cannot make I statements. They can't admit vulnerability. They can't admit tenderness or feelings or affection because those things were rejected in them, and they've identified with the aggressor. So to deal with all that anger they're feeling, they create a third, make one of the children angry, so they can then have an excuse to be angry at the child. That's how they express their anger. Remember, when joy and sadness are zooped away, Anger is the main thing at the console. So he's doing it, she's doing it. And that poor kid, he goes along with him. Right? Children want to save their parents. So they go for a very long time, they'll go along with him. And if the child has that memory, he may grow up and replicate that. And prejudice can come from this dynamic as well. So back to our thread on prejudice. One of the many theories, we have a good half a dozen or so pretty strong theories on prejudice. One of them, the most recent one, is this one here by Hans-Jürgen Wirth. The problem with Murray Bowen, he generalizes it too broadly and he thinks it's some kind of general. He does that to not admit his personal trauma. Not everyone is as traumatized like that guy in the video clip. Not everyone has that kind of rageful megalomania. Not everyone's alcoholic. Put it that way. Not everyone's like that, right? Just like how not everyone's alcoholic. Not everyone has scapegoat hunger for their children. Right? But the stingers see the world through their lens. Right? That's neurotic. They don't understand something beyond the emotional. We created Immanuel Kant, temporal spatial spectacles. So the stingers created spectacles. Spectacles they create are, well, my greed or your greed. They identify with the aggressor who hated their goodness. So envy is very pronounced. So envy means hatred of the goodness. Okay? The baby believed the mother hated his goodness. He identifies with the envy breast to stay one with the envy breast. Okay, he's got to act like the envy breast. So the mother means envy basically. So he's got to feel, believe, think envy to stay one with the envy breast. Again, the baby can't tell the difference between his mother and his experience of the mother. If his experience of the mother is that the mother hated all of his goodness, okay, all babies must attach and try to save the mother so they become just like her. It's as if the mother was saying to the baby, "Baby, be one with me." "Okay, mother, I'll be one with you. But I need you at the same time." "Well, I'll just act like you." That's my effort to move towards being one with you. Because if I act just like you, then we're one, we're the same. Does that work, mother? It doesn't work. No baby can be a good mother for the traumatized mother. It doesn't work. And the baby's stuck in this place of constantly trying to save the mother, cure the mother, protect the mother. And the memory of the inability to do this is called the self-saboteur, or the internal saboteur, or the inner critic, or the superego, etc. Oh, yeah, it's nice to hear the water. Yeah, look at that. It does. Does the water sound have an unconscious triggering of the watery feeling, the oceanic feeling that we felt in the uterus? Back to the uterus. Is that part of the, or is it just a general safe sound, like just a smooth, watery, flowing sound? You're by the stream, you're in. So yeah, or is it just a simple association? You associate that with nature. Nature, you feel safe. Or is it just simple like that? Or does it have a deeper triggering? Or is it the memory that when you're in the bathtub you feel relaxed, warm and safe and all this? Yeah, I would think if somebody does have claustroagoraphobia syndrome, that maybe they would want to take a lot of whirlpool baths, right? But it wouldn't change the past, would it? It doesn't change the past. It just soothes you in the moment. It doesn't change the past. Raise consciousness, free association, bring up memories. So we have to feel it to heal it, right? Not still try to get it. You got to feel it to heal it. Post age 3, we still can't try to be there and still try to get it. We just have to accept what happened, mourn it, feel it, and then pick up the threads of the past and move forward. Or one guy said, you want to unpick the threads of a traumatic script, use those threads to weave a new, healthier script. Another quote was, the shrink said to the guy, these problems you're telling me about, we may say that this is what your script, your traumatic script, schema, blueprint, stencil, working model, structure, inner arrangement, psychic templates, okay, your script. We may say that this is what your traumatic script is doing to you. Let us see what we can do with that script. So we want to lend secondary meditation to the primary process thinking that reorganizes things, that loosens things up, things get seen, it's called recognition, empathy. The ghost becomes an ancestor, or the ghost is laid to rest. The feelings then serve us, and they're available to us, rather than us running away from the feelings. So the image is the Furies. So the Restia was always running away from his feelings, the Furies. He saw the two sides. Okay. That's when you see the two sides, the feelings serve you. If you can't see the two sides, you're running away from the feelings. That's why you're seeing things in either or. You see things in either or because the Furies are there. That's called persecutory anxiety. So let's see, okay, so why don't we mention the splitting mechanism a little bit. So that's another major thread called the splitting mechanism. So defense mechanisms or psychic defenses, these are operations of the mind, maneuvers of the mind, tricks of the mind, that the baby adopts to deal with anxiety and pain and all this. So if the baby's nursing, let's say the mother's doing it okay. Baby thinks, oh, there's my mother, that's fine, that's great, all right. Let's say the mother's doing it wrong. The child can't know that. He can't experience that. He can't think that. He can't know it. So he'll just say, nope, that's not my mother. This bad breast who's now a monster, because he projects rage onto it, this monster, that's not my mother. I can't know that. I can't accept that. I can't accept the bad breast, the baby's thinking. So that's like the splitting. So he'll flip it. He'll hallucinate a goddess. Oh, there's my mother. So let's say the mother's doing it okay. Oh, there's my mother. Okay, mother's doing it wrong. That's not my mother. That's some monster. I don't know what that is. That's not my mother. Okay, then he hallucinates a goddess to flip it. So there's like a splitting in his psychic mind there, in his imaginal world. There's like a flipping thing, a splitting mechanism is taking place. So that's how the baby's. That's called a psychic defense. Defense means the baby's in defensive mode. He's trying to protect himself from his mother. And he's trying to protect himself from himself. Because a part of him wants to send him stress hormones. It's as if maybe there's a little dialogue going on in the child's brain. Okay? So I'm just experimenting with this idea. So let's say the baby's, said, "Mother, I need your love and all this." Oh. Well, they forgot to bring something up, huh? Yeah, it's quite a marvel, yeah. Construction guys. Yeah. It's a lot of work. Huh? I have no idea. I mentioned this before. How about a hotel chain with soundproof rooms? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine how popular that would be? There's a hotel chain, and you know that you're not going to hear the neighbors and all this, right? Why not make it with all apartments and all condos? Every condo, every apartment, they need to be soundproof. Then all these people living in apartments and condos, they'll have a peace, more relaxed, they'll think more clearly, they'll be more inventive, more reasonable, not in constant stress of the noises around them or something, right? Plus, we got the noises from the city as well, right? Okay, let's go back to the imaginary dialogue. So the baby, mother, I need your attunement, your reverie. I need the paradise, and he's not getting it. So needs and feelings are linked. When the baby's needs aren't getting met, first, fear. So when his needs aren't getting met, joy and sadness zoop away. Again, in the Disney film Inside Out, joy and sadness get zooped away. What's left at the console? First is fear. Yeah, the character discussed for most of the film is mainly about distaste and dis-smell. That's sort of like a physiological area. It's mainly fear and anger. The first stress response is to flee, fear, right? To get out. So the baby's needs aren't getting met. That's a dangerous situation. No baby can make it on their own without getting mother's attunement, right? Without mother's acceptance and love and safety and all this. So the baby's going to be afraid at first. So the mammalian part of the brain is going to send the child cortisol, as if to say, hey baby, get out of here. This is dangerous. Flee. I'm going to send you I'm going to send you stress hormones, cortisol, adrenaline. Get out of here. Baby, go, take off, flee, escape. This is too dangerous here. This woman here is nuts. Get out of here. Find a normal... She's psychotic. Get out of here. It's too dangerous here. The baby says, hold the phone here. Dear mammalian part of the brain, I know you mean well. But I can't use these stress hormones. I have no motor skills. I can't crawl, I can't walk, I can't go anywhere, I can't pick up the phone, I can't speak, I can't ask for help. I can't use it. You're freaking me out here. I can't use all these stress hormones, so stop sending me these stress hormones. I can't, please. The mammalian part of the brain says, well, I don't like this, well, neither do I. Well, I'm going to send you more stress hormones. Well, what are you talking about? Did you hear me? I can't use these stress hormones. Yeah, I know. Well, to me, it seems like you're backed in a corner. Then you have no choice. You got to fight with the mother. You got to rule the mother. Okay, you got to, like that clip there, you want to control the mother, possess the mother. He who controls the breast controls the world. He who controls the breast controls the mother. You gotta fight with the mother. All I can do is use my anger, and now it's rage, and then I can have fantasies of controlling the breast by devouring the breast and gobbling up the breast. But that's all I can do. Don't send me any more stress hormones here. Well, I'm pretty simple-minded like this. I'm going to keep on sending you the stress hormones, then keep on with your fantasy. No, I can't. I'm starting to disassociate here. I can't leave myself. I got to trick you. What are you talking about? Well, you're sending me these stress hormones in response to my needs not getting met and my feelings around all this. Well, that's right. What if I were to trick you and fool you that I don't have needs and feelings? What are you talking about? Well, my basic need to take in, absorb in the positive maternal experience, which was unmet, that now has become this oral greed fantasies of devouring the breast and my rage around it. I'll just say, I don't have oral greed. I don't have needs and feelings. I'm going to project it onto the image of the mother concept. And I'm going to say the mother's a hungry wolf that wants to eat me. I'm not greedy. I have no needs. I don't need anything. I have no feelings. It's the mother. The mother, look at this picture I'm making. Look at this psychic imagery in my fantasy I'm making. See, the mother is a Cyclops character. This enraged, one-minded, crude, violent woman breast wants to eat me up. It's not me. It's the mother. The moving part of the brain goes, well, I'm confused. Well, what do you mean? Well, if you now think the bad breast is a Cyclops, or if you now think your mother wants to eat you, or if you now think your mother's a devouring wolf or the monster wants to eat you, how are you gonna just survive, like take in the powder stuff, like just physically survive? Oh, okay, good point here. I'm gonna do another defense mechanism. I'm gonna deny the bad breast as being my mother, and I'm gonna split the image of and create two mothers in effect, and the goddess mother is my mother, and I'm safe and I'm one with the goddess breast. The mammalian part of the brain goes, okay, well, if you're safe by that, fine, I'll stop sending these stress hormones. So this is called the paranoid schizoid mode of experiencing, the paranoid schizoid position, okay, the paranoid schizoid mode of operating. It's a desperate mechanisms of the mind, okay, projection and splitting mainly. Now the child does this because if he didn't do it, it'd be like somebody in a car with the gas pedal to the metal with one foot, using one foot, and using their other foot, they press the brake pedal down as hard as it can go. The engine has a huge inner conflict. Okay? One says go, one says stop, and the thing's immobilized like this. Maybe something in the car is going to go kaput, right? Or some parts are going to break, the engine's going to break, or something serious damage is going to take place in the car. Okay? So it's likewise in the baby. If he gets all these stress hormones to go and he can't go, he wants to go, he can't fight, he can't flee, but he's being told to go and he's flee or fight, but he can't. He's dissociating now. A dangerous situation. He doesn't want his organs to fail. He doesn't want some cells to attack other cells, and then he's going to have some kind of immune issue and he'll be weakened by this, right? So he's got to protect himself from himself. So he does these tricks known as projection. He'll project his traits of rage and greed onto the mother, okay, and then do the splitting thing, hallucinate the goddess. So that tricks the mammalian part of the brain to stop sending him any more stress hormones. So he's doing it for like his physical, bodily survival issue, right? Now this is temporary, right? By the way, it's just meant to be for the first few weeks. As the child, with experience, the child, and assuming he gets loved, he recognized the reality. Oh, I see, I get it now. And he's strong enough to get it now. If the mother is more loving than frustrating, the child can get it. Oh, I get it. Mother is one person who is loving and sometimes frustrating. But you know what? I can handle it. I get it. It's one person, it's my mother. I'm disappointed, it's a little depressing, but she still loves me. She's doing the wrong sometimes. I can handle this ambivalence. I can hold the tension of the opposites, or I can hold the third side of the coin that sees the other two sides. So that's called whole object relating. The reality that the mother is not perfect, but mostly loving, sometimes frustrating. The child can handle this ambivalence. But early on, the child doesn't have enough of an ego to hold the two sides, so he does the splitting thing. Now, if the splitting thing doesn't get a chance to come, the two sides to come together, and he still uses splitting, he doesn't differentiate. That's an identity issue. He won't know himself. There's no floor for joy and sadness to stand on. So joy and sadness will be frozen away. So he'll feel petrified, frozen inside, and all this sleepwalking through life. So if the child, in normal development, the splitting imagery resolves, and the child has a concept of the mother as one person with two sides, but it's one person, not goddess or demon. The child can't separate from some kind of split image of goddess and demon. He's a human. He's got to be loved by a human, not a goddess and demon. These are just imaginary images. These are not real, right? And of course, he can't separate from the monster, from the bad breast. It's hurting him. He's actually more clingy to it, and he's going to identify with it as well. These people don't hear me, do they? In the hotel. Let's see. Hold on a second. I don't want to bother any of the guests. I guess not, eh? It's noisy enough all around. I don't think they hear me, right? I guess I could move it back here just in case. Huh? Should I move it back here? Okay, a little extra space maybe. Still can still see the water, right? How about the flowers, huh? Oh, there are the flowers, yeah. If I turn this around, you don't see the water. Oh, it's okay. I'll give you the water. That's okay. Yeah. Okay, so let's say that the mother doesn't change her ways and she's consistent in her misattunement, malattunements, then the child still uses splitting. Rinsley says splitting precludes mourning. Splitting prevents his identity. Doesn't separate. There's no floor for sadness. Hence, the person doesn't mourn losses later in life, right? So a lot of stinger personality patterns, generally speaking, become curmudgeons late in life. Okay, it's curmudgeon, bitter, stingy, miserly, grumpy, grouchy, eggshells around them. They bark easily all the time. Little things trigger them, set them off. They're hypervigilant, lots of PTSD, so immense PTSD. So the PTSD symptoms kick in. The developmental trauma sets in at some point. Okay? So they become a curmudgeon. Oh, where's the camera right there? Oh, I'm staring right at the camera. Oh, the guard can see me directly, huh? Oh, that's okay. Yeah, they've checked me out. He's okay. He's polite. I keep things tidy. I'm very this is a nice spick and span hotel. They're very careful. You know, the guests here are very considerate. You know, I would say here the tone here is very maybe a lot of them are waiting for their flights. Maybe that's why they're some of them are tired or something. Just hanging around waiting for their flights or something. They checked out, but their flight isn't late until later. That's what it is. Oh, hold on a sec. Yeah, so stingers don't mourn, right? They're not going to mourn, right? They may develop a constant denial of any kind of loss, even small losses, because little losses may trigger the big loss, which they deny. And to preserve the denial, they'll use sour grapes, i.e., didn't need them anyways. That's a defense, a manic defense against the inability to loss. That's it. Where am I? Oh, there's the SkyTrain. Oh, here's that's a nice spot as well. We're back there, eh? Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I'm on the theater here. Jeez, they could really do a whole play of it, couldn't they? This would be big enough to do a play, wouldn't it? Right? See, a psychodrama play is you imagine everybody in your family a tree on the stage here, and you approach, like you position them or something, right? So-called family constellation issue. Bert Hellinger. I don't have many quotes on that guy, but something about like you imagine you're like on the stage here, You ask your friends to play different people from your family, and you position them. Okay, your brother, you stand there, and you're the sister, you stand there, and grandmother, you stand there. So you have all these characters in your family. I guess they maybe have a sign or something, I don't know. And you assign them, and maybe they remind you a little bit of them. And then you would go to each of the members of your family and say what needs to be said, right? So, you know, so if you have unfinished emotional business with your family members, you put them on the stage, and you walk around and say what needs to be said or something. But also the idea of positioning, like the space, it's an issue of the spacing. Like maybe one person is at a distance, you know, so you put them at a further distance, right? In the Star Trek Deep Space Nine, they did it in one episode. I don't remember the episode, but was it Kira? Not Kira, the other one. Dax. Yeah, Dax. Is that the one? Dax? I think she did it. They did that exercise in one of the episodes with Dax. They had her do the psychodrama thing on there, right? So science fiction is very good for therapy, right? Yeah, a little breeze finally, yeah. Yeah, so another song, right? There's always something there to remind me, right? So if a person can't more losses, there'll be things that will remind them of the loss. So, they'll deny it. Okay, didn't need them anyways. Okay, this goes on and on. It may lead to a negative OCD, where they want to micro-control every little thing, thinking that if they control every little thing, then they don't experience little disappointments, which would be like a little loss. A little loss might trigger the bigger loss. So they're gonna try harder and harder to control every little thing again and again. So finally they're a curmudgeon. Every little thing gets them upset, kind of thing, right? Because they never went on the second journey in midlife. So roughly at the age of 40, it's considered a self-reappraisal time, a self-audit time, a self-examination time, a kind of a turning inward kind of thing, right? So that's called the hero's journey, the second journey of midlife. The monomyth, it's a universal pattern for everybody at midlife, right? Whether or not there's some kind of so-called crisis or not, doesn't matter. It's that feeling that something's off, something's missing, that feeling, that little sense of it. Then you do the self-audit. Okay? This is the first sort of, this is the nicest weather we've had here in a long time. Right now, yeah, this is the nicest weather. It's not too hot, yeah. Let's see if I can do the rest of the video. I should bring up the laptop here, eh? Why don't I go down, zip through the religious quotes? Oh, no. Let's just stay here as long as I can. And then when I have to go down, then I'll finish the religious quote. Yeah, okay, let's do it that way. Let's just stay up here, yeah. lighting here. Oh, lighting's over here. Lighting here is okay as well. What if I brought a chair here? Here it's okay, right? Has a jungle, like a jungle feeling to it. Oh yeah, speaking of the splitting mechanism, you know, one recruiter for the pillage and the plunder system, he told his new recruits that, well, first of all, they're chosen to be new recruits because they have the splitting mechanism. So he wants to evoke it. So he told the new recruits, all right, new recruits of the pillage and the plunder, imagine a garden, imagine a jungle. So your associations of those two images is going to trigger up the heaven and the hell. Good breast, bad breast. Good fairy, bad breast, right? It triggers the splitting mechanism. So the imagery triggers the splitting mechanism. Okay. So that means they're re-experiencing the trauma. Then they say, oh, okay, with splitting, you have the attitude of my greed to your greed. That is, okay, we want the stuff over there. Okay, remember goddess? Remember good breast, bad breast? But he doesn't say good breast, bad breast. He just says garden, jungle kind of thing, right? So then they're reminded of their attitude of my greed to your greed. Unconscious, false belief that babies create when they're traumatized. They think if they're not going to be the aggressor, they're going to be eaten by the mother. So my greed to your greed. Then the guy will say, yeah, we want the stuff over there, go get it, kind of thing, right? And they're eager to play the aggressor because that's their safety with the mother. They must have an attachment. And they believe that by replaying how the mother shamed them, okay, pillaged their soul, gave them emotional poverty, exploited them, used them, didn't care, corrupt, etc., right? And they identify with the aggressor. So in repetition compulsion, they get others, okay, now you can play the aggressor. Those people on the other side of the lake, okay, garden, jungle. So they click, 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 click. Oh, me good, they bad. So that me good, you know, I good, you know good. So, but them saying you're not good, they're talking about themselves. They're going to play the shaming mother. They're going to see them onto others, replay onto others what the mother did to them. That's replaying the record. Can you believe it? That's their idea of a cry for love. So the babies are traumatized to create the splitting mechanism, and that's the psychology of the pillaging, to create the prejudiced personality, my greed, your greed attitudes. Okay, clicks into the repetition compulsion, is exploited and channeled when someone says, oh, think of garden jungle. Just, okay, that it's a visual, it's a very vivid, triggering visual to do that. Okay, the strategy is to click up the either or thinking. Either or thinking, my greed, your greed, all or nothing, perfect or forget it. Okay, now or never, all these kinds of either or mentalities. Okay, one lady, Miriam Minerbo, talked about the example of a woman who said, you know, if my boyfriend doesn't give me everything, he gives me nothing. Like it was either like she thought he had to give her everything, or she believes he gives her nothing. Like he had this either or mentality. That's a good example of the splitting mechanism, right? Anybody who thinks in this attitude of I'm okay, you're not okay, that's splitting. Now that when the clingers do it, when they say I'm not okay, you're okay, they're still on the developmental track of replaying, coaxing others to reject them the way they were rejected, so they don't hurt others that way. And they have some empathy because they hold on to their soul of I'm not okay. So the splitting has mainly resolved, but they under stress they can regress to it, but they feel badly, so they can make reparation and apologize and all this. Stingers forget about all that. Okay, the quote-unquote more human side of being human, they didn't like developmentally get enough love to graduate commencement ceremony into that area, right? I mentioned the commencement ceremony because that speech by that alcoholic guy, whatever, he was giving a commencement speech. That was a clip from a famous, one of those famous universities. I'm assuming it's a plunder pillage university. I don't know. Oh, yeah. There's the theater. Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's a nice little place here. Oh, I imagine weddings could be done on this, right? The wedding could be done on this. Right? All the flowers, the wedding music playing. Oh, I see, and the couple would come out from there, right? Even the guests are all in there. The kids are back there. I like doing this outside, yeah. When I was on the shoreline last year, I could walk along. Actually, I didn't walk too much. I took a lawn chair. I stayed at one spot, yeah, usually. Every time a bird would fly by, I would turn the camera and use that as an excuse to take a little breather. Yeah, I'm getting that summer breeze feel. Summer breeze, yeah. What's that song again? Summer breeze. Seals and Crop, is that it? Jasmine, on my mind. So we already talked about the stingers a fair bit, didn't we, right? The stinger personality patterns. They don't want feedback. Partly because feedback would be that they gotta trust the person giving them the feedback. What, trust someone? Mean they're emotionally significant other? That triggers the psychotic mother? No way. Plus, they're not grandiose, they're not superior. You're gonna question, you're gonna let them get in touch with their feelings? No, mother just rejected their feelings. And you're going to bring up my feelings? No. So they can't take feedback for a variety of reasons. It questions their grandiosity, that's their false identity. They got to trust someone, which they can't do. Plus, they're replaying how mother rejected their feelings. So, plus, in other words, envy. If someone does offer some well-meaning, something helpful, that's considered goodness. Hatred of the good. Loyalty to the mother means hatred of the good. For the stinger personality patterns. So for a variety of reasons, stinger personality patterns are triggered easily. Maybe it's this claustrophobic issue or something. The impinging, the engulfing mother, or the prenatal trauma issue, or the painful interaction with the mother in the beginning. So they usually don't want feedback, the clingers. The stingers, I mean. Oh, the clingers, the opposite, the clingers love feedback. The clingers have stayed on the track of I'm not, you're okay, and they want to continue to I'm okay, you're okay. So, yeah, clingers can make I statements. Stingers, they hate it because emotions and tenderness and weakness and sensitivity, etc., was hated in them. They've identified with the hater to have the attachment, to stay loyal. They gotta hate goodness. Hey, what about a sunset? Do we get a sunset? I guess this will be the closest sunset here, huh? Let's check the battery. Hold on a sec. Oh, look at that. It's draining. Oh my God, it's half gone. How did that happen? See, look at that. Down to 60. Hang on a sec. Why is that happening? Let me check this thing. Hey, what's going on here? It's not working. Oh my goodness, I'm glad I checked, huh? What an unpredictable, unreliable this thing is, eh? My goodness. So I do have to go down after all. Look at that. This is empty. This was at full charge. Oh, hang on. Well, there it is, 83. What's going on here? Hang on a sec. Let's check something. Maybe I'm not using this. Let's see. Okay, it says 67. Let's wait a minute to see if this charges up. 67. Okay, let's wait a minute first. Yeah, another common feature about the stingers. So you mentioned a scapegoat, hunger, don't want feedback, hate, weakness. The song, it's that another annoying song. I think that song "Get Over It" is maybe one of their songs, because when they were a baby, when a baby's crying, and mother says, "Get over it, get over it. What do you want, baby? I don't know what you want, baby. Stop it. You're bothering me. What? Get over it, get over it." Okay, identification with the aggressor. Okay, so they identify with the aggressor. They write a song. Hey, and in the song it says, "Anybody has feelings, get over it, get over it." Okay, so they identify with the aggressor. So that's the cry for love, saying how their mother treated them. So in effect, the character in that song, oh, somebody's in the pool. Well, let's just stay down here then. Let's just stay on this end. Yeah, so that's so in effect, we could say that the protagonist in the song is saying, look, when I was a baby, look what my mother said to me. I'm saying what she said to me. I'm telling you what she said to me. But the people hearing the song, usually they don't say, oh, is that what your mother said to you? So that's so everybody rules the world. That annoying song, the "Get Over It" song, and the AI guy saying, yeah, well, if I'm not going to be the aggressor, then they're going to be aggressive. Like they think in either or terms. Another disturbing song by the Stingers is that annoying song by the, what's it called again? The Sweet Dreams song. It's a cynical. They're using that phrase in a very sadistic, cynical way. That if they have Schadenfreude, oh, sweet dreams. Schadenfreude, it's a cynical, sarcastic song. That's really one of the most, that's my current understanding of the lyrics of that song. So a lot of very disturbing songs. The most disturbing songs come from the Stinger personality place, right? But art, art is to help us recognize, get validation. Maybe I'll just go back over there. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Okay, it's charging. Oh, it is charging. I see. So I just have to reboot that thing. So it's still working. Okay. Oh, there's a, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a, perfectly aerodynamic plane flying across, yeah. At a perfect angular, sharp, nice, looked like a good plane. Yeah, can you see still a little bit of the sun? Yeah, a little bit of the sun. I don't know if it's showing up or not, but. Another feature of the stinger personality patterns is doublethink. Because it's the fusion, they imitate the aggressor. So when they shame others, on the record, mothers shame them. New situation, they play the shaming mother who shames them, but find others to play them. So they shame others, meaning they're playing the record and doing a theater thing of the mother shaming them, but they play the shaming mother shaming them, but find others to play them. So they shame others. As they shame others to replay the record of the mother shaming them, they may feel badly by being reminded of how the mother shamed them. Hocus pocus, double focus, auto-hypnosis. Because of the loyalty to the mother, to account for why they're now feeling bad after having shamed others, they say the one they just shamed is the cause for why they feel bad. So they blame the victim, right? They shame others and say the other is the aggressor to me. And they feel like the victim. Oh, lights just came on. A bunch of lights just came on. Oh, I guess it's nighttime. Okay. I guess that's the walkway out. Oh. I guess we're getting a little bit more of the sun, a little bit more of the sun. Yeah, not too much tonight. Okay, this gives me a thought. Next time I'm here, I'll come out on a clear day and see if we can get some kind of sunset. It takes me a little bit of while to get here, but it's worth it. It's a nice place. Yeah. Another confusing thing, so Morton Keeson says, if they replay the record and feel badly, those feelings you're now getting, take it to the source. That's a therapeutic turning point. They're shaming others to know how the mother shamed them. Hurt, in self-help they say hurt people who are hurt. Hurt people to communicate that they're hurt. Another confusing thing about the stinger personality patterns, is undeveloped, is this thing called trance logic. Because the baby identifies with the aggressor, he was stunned and confused, and takes on mother's voice as his voice. They may try to communicate that by trying to evoke that phenomena, you try to recreate that phenomena to others. So if a stinger personality pattern confuses you, that sets it up to them being the suggester, setting it up that the listeners are open to suggestion, and the suggester or the hypnotizer wants the listeners to believe what they believe. So the baby pleased the mother, right? They recreate that by hypnotizing others, make them open to suggestion, and the salesman, whatever, says, this is good, and I like this, and this is right, and this is good. Then they take that belief for themselves because they want to please mother, i.e. the hypnotist standing in for mother. So that mechanism they want to recreate in others. So a lot of hypnotists and salespeople and propaganda and all this advertising, they seem to be engaged in this thing called trance logic. And all they got to do is confuse you. That's part A. Part B, say you like this, you believe this. Okay, then the people listening, they're tapping in. It taps into how the baby wants to please the mother. So they're trying to recreate. So people doing this are saying they've identified with the aggressor. Put it that way. So if people are engaged in this manipulation of this so-called hypnotic effect, where you want others to believe and think what you're selling. If you go to TQ 1203 on religion, one of those quotes in 1203 talks about this phenomenon. Let's see. What's the matter? Okay, it's charging up again. Oh, that's good. 70%. Yeah, okay. How are we doing here? So we'll do 2703 downstairs. We're going to add some quotes to the psychoanalysis of religion, but I don't have the energy to like recap all the previous quotes. So we got Andy Thompson Jr. is in there. That book called Why We Believe in God or Gods. We got some great quotes from there. And Lloyd Damas. And like single quotes from a variety of authors all throughout. So today we'll do a guy named is it Firth or something, Firth or Firth, and then what's his name again? Bait Halamali or something. You know that guy, this Bait Halamani guy. It's sort of a missed opportunity. He did an anthology. He put out a book that listed the names of the articles that were put out over the years on the topic of the psychoanalysis of religion. So he gave you like a nice long, like 1,000 of them, let's say, and then he tried to offer like a one sentence or summary of the article. The author says that this article is about this. So number one, it's great that he listed all the articles, right? I didn't realize there were so many articles about it. But the missed opportunity was he didn't really give you like a deep, clear, concise summary of the article. He was pretty vague usually, or he had no comment to begin with. Right? So I thought that was a missed opportunity. He went to the huge effort to create this annotated list of the psychoanalysis of religion articles and put it into the book. And I noticed, like, I recognized a couple of the articles, and like good articles, and we have quotes from those good articles, and his summary of it was he didn't even mention it. So it's not too reliable a source in terms of information. It's just reliable as a source of knowing the name of the article and that it exists, that kind of thing. So that's too bad about that. But this guy's main thesis, his sort of like a broad theory about it is that there's an immense commonality between the phenomena of humans creating art, and religious stories is in that category. So someone said, why do people still create religious stories? His answer was, why do people create art? So that quote's coming up in the collection. So that's the main gist of his thesis. So I'll spell it out when I read his quotes. And the other guy, the first quote, it's a longer one. He also talks about the need to suspend belief, to connect our feelings to and have vicarious identification to. Just like you see a film, you know the film is not real, but you might relate to some of the characters. So we create stories in a similar manner like this, right? Oh, there's the moon. Oh, there's the moon up there. Look at that. Can you see it? See it? Maybe not, huh? Oh, you can barely see it. Yeah, okay. No, you can't see through the camera, right? Just midway between the bush how come it's not showing up there? There's a moon up there, but you're not seeing it on the camera. Wait a second. How come you can't see the... How about now? I guess it's too faint. So a good place to start is TQ 1203, our religion. Andy A. Thompson Jr. That's another good one. Mel Faber, very good one. 2118. Yeah, he talks. His thesis is mainly about unmet symbiosis. Okay, so the gambit is imagine the breast in the sky, but don't use the word breast, but describe it poetically, imaginatively. Okay, suspension of reality to trigger up the emotionality of oneness, safety, and all this. It may trigger some serotonin. Okay, babies, serotonin is when you feel safe, you get serotonin. So the gambit is the speaker at the podium will say, well, imagine an entity that knows you, loves you, and fill in the blank, unconditional, powerful, omnipotent, everywhere. So you describe it you describe the breast from the baby's point of view, put it that way. And you do it again and again. A person might feel a little dip, a trigger of what they felt with the mother. They may trigger it up. So you feel amazing. The guy says, do you like that? Okay, I'll put money in a basket. See you next week. But that's not the true purpose. The true purpose is to maintain the splitting. Because if you imagine the good breast in the sky, then the mindset is goddess and demon, garden jungle. So it's just to maintain the splitting. The purpose of religion is to maintain the splitting mechanism. The purpose of religion is not to heal. It's to maintain the splitting mechanism. Babies are traumatized, they split. Religion says, don't heal, maintain the split. Imagine a goddess, stories, goddess and demon, and maintain it, because the prejudiced personality is needed for the pillage and the plunder. If people heal, they won't pillage, they won't hurt others. If people are traumatized, they'll just replay the hurt that was experienced onto them, identify with the aggressor, replay onto others what was done to them. And so when we heal, we stop doing all this nonsense. Okay? So we don't. So that's the issue. When we became home with trauma, because babies created splitting. Religion said, "Oh, maintain it, because we can still plunder or pillage." But look what's happening already, right? All these the food supplies being damaged. Okay, so I won't go on this. I won't go. Oh, they're still swimming. Yeah. Oh, there's somebody doing laps in the pool over there. Yeah, that's a nice long pool. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, that pool is long enough to do laps. Yeah, and he's got the whole pool to himself. I give him credit. Yeah, he's done that. Yeah. Oh, let's see. Oh, there's the subway platform there. Well, that's the subway platform right there. Lloyd DeMoss takes it a step further. He says, I found your phantom placenta. So, the placenta, how do we describe the placenta for the baby in the uterus? That's pretty powerful. It sends all the food. Okay. It metabolizes the baby's waste elimination. It accepts the baby. It loves the baby. So, he says, no. Before you talk about the breast, describe the placenta. Then talk in the breast. So do both. Okay, so the speaker at the podium will describe the wonderful qualities of both the placenta, okay, and the breast. Okay, the breast is sort of like a continuation. So the phantom, so you can think of it as the phantom placenta, the phantom breast. Oh, so religion is from the aggressor side to maintain his splitting. I found the good thing that you're missing. So the appeal is to trigger up the serotonin that you felt once upon a time, either through your imagination or re-experiencing what you actually felt in the uterus, or maybe shortly after birth or something, and just maintain it like that. Don't make people conscious. The purpose of religion is to prevent consciousness. They don't want you to be conscious, right? So the storytellers were trying to make you conscious. It was co-opted to make people unconscious. Just maintain this, just like that short seller guy. Just think, he doesn't tell you why he's saying that. He's just maybe he's intuitive about it, or he's conscious of it. I don't know. But when he did that, it was about a year ago. Hello, new recruits to the pillage and the plunder system. All I want you to do is is to imagine those two images, either or images. Either or image. That's a pretty powerful trick that he did. Okay, that means people are going to be very emotional about it. Okay. Oh, if I'm not the aggressive mother, then I'm going to be eaten by the mother. So you can imagine great intensity, emotionality in that area, right? Nobody wants to feel that they're going to be gobbled up by the mother, so they're going to be the gobbling mother. So either they're the hungry wolf, or they're going to be eaten by the hungry wolf. So that imagery is to trigger up this my greed or your greed philosophy, and that's what you can see it on YouTube. A famous short seller was saying this. Look, it's my greed or your greed. He can't conceive. He didn't experience the love to understand otherwise. They see the world through their lens. Huh? So we don't want babies to have such a traumatic lens. Babies should be loved so they don't have these so-called perverse thoughts. One shrink calls it perverse thinking. No, not just one shrink. Many shrinks call that perverse thinking. All the stops coming up here. Well, maybe this is closing down, huh? Maybe I should go in after all, eh? Okay, let's go downstairs and read the religious quotes. So 2118 by Mel Faber, or better yet, read Mel Faber's book, The Psychological Roots of Religious Belief. Plus, if you can find it, read his other books. I'm still hoping somebody will upload and digitize his the New Age one. I think I'm waiting for that. Very scary thought. Here's a guy who provides psychoanalysis of religion and focuses on a key point that others don't focus on: unmet symbiosis. And he clarifies it. Now, John A. Sanford also is in this area. So Faber and Sanford, they're like a dynamic duo to raise consciousness, right? Providing interpretations, psychological interpretations of religious stories, right? So when we read 2703 now, hopefully it'll add and add some kind of. I think the tone is pretty good. I think 2703 has a pretty good tone. I like the tone of 2703. I'm hoping someone will find it helpful. Okay, let's go down. What time do you close here?
10:15.
Oh, it's open till 10? Yeah, okay. Oh, it's open at night here. Okay. Oh. Okay, that's a good resource. That's good to know. Yeah. That's no light here. Yeah. Okay, let's read the quotes. Yeah, I feel pretty good about 2703. I feel like they're warm quotes on a challenging topic, on the ever challenging
กำลัง
topic.
ลงค่ะ going down
Yeah, and this elevator doesn't make me claustrophobic, right? It's funny, yeah, there is one elevator in another hotel that plays horror music. And they have a jumbo screen showing a frightening scene, like a Jaws movie while you're in the elevator. My theory was maybe they want to distract people from the anxiety amongst themselves, if people feel claustrophobic. So maybe the premise was maybe people feel claustrophobic, so they distract you. But see, it's funny, huh? That's like a recreation that in the uterus, there were these frightening images. You take that elevator, not here, not this hotel, another one. They create these frightening images and sounds on the screen. It's almost like it's recreating the prenatal distress syndrome, for sure. Right? Religion is really a form of human art, a symbolic product of human anxiety, desire, and imagination expressed in a social milieu. Like any art, religion is a product of tension between the ideal and the actual, between the individual and the mass, between the urge to satisfaction and life and recognition of the inevitability of suffering and death. A religion is distinguished from other arts by three main criteria. Its most effective expressions are generated, as all arts, by individual creative effort. But they depend more than other arts upon tradition and membership of a community. Again, while every art has its forms and ceremonies to guard its practice, the rituals of religion tend to be so frequent, elaborate, evocative, and mandatory that they provide very strong guidelines for faith. Then, the rules of religious interpretation and conduct, unlike those of science and philosophy or the visual arts, are given a legitimacy of ultimate authority, which is regarded as absolute and unchallengeable by those who subscribe to them. Now, politics has been variously described as the art of the possible or the art of the plausible. However this may be, one basic character of religion is clear. After a certain point, it becomes the art of the implausible, in the sense of resting upon postulates that are non-empirical, which claim an inner rather than an outer appearance of truth, since they may run counter to what are ordinarily thought of as natural laws. In this promise to provide explanations which go beyond the world of sensory experience lies much of the appeal of religion. Okay, so related to this, the psychological process of responding to religion is similar to the process of responding to other forms of art. It includes the activation of the human capacity for imagination and fantasy, and the involvement of such processes as identification, projection, displacement, etc. Religion is a work of art. It is, for believers and even non-believers, pleasing and attractive. In a confused world where mankind or humankind feels helpless before nature and history, religion and art provide order and beauty. Religion is a collection of moving stories. Mythology presents us with moving, dramatic stories into which we can and do project ourselves. The power of these moving stories is in creating powerful identification, and that is the power of art in every case. Okay, so identification, right? The power of these stories is in creating identification. Okay, so we're all like Odysseus, put it that way, right? And that is the power of art in every case. For the non-believing, from the non-believing observer's point of view, the question which arises, the question which creates the need for a psychology of religion goes as follows, quote, how can people believe in something which is so clearly an illusion? Unquote. One answer which leads us to the task at hand is, quote, but in art, they do it all the time, and nobody asks why. Nobody asks why. The suspension of disbelief is a precondition for the enjoyment of art and the acceptance of religion. Quote, we can see and respond to the likenesses we create, although knowing they are only likenesses. Yeah. To the question, quote, how does religion survive in this modern, rational world? We should reply with a parallel question. How does art survive in this modern, rational world? Truly creative individuals in both art and religion are few and far between. Spectators in both art and religion far outnumber creators. Religion is a projection of early family relations onto a cosmic screen. So we can project family issues, we can project unmet needs, we can project wish fulfillment fantasies, okay, feelings. So it's our inner life. It's our inner life put into story or picture form to represent our inner life. It provides recognition, empathy, validation. It's so dark down here. Yeah, that pool place is open till 10, eh? That's good to know. Huh? Okay, that's it. Yeah, 12:03. 27:03. Yeah, it didn't seem as convincing the second time I read it. The first time I read it through, I liked it. It's okay. It's not bad, right? I feel like these quotes are solid. Okay, so these stories, they come from our anxiety, our imagination, desires expressed. Okay, it deals with tension. We can't save the mother. How we actually feel. So acknowledge this tension. Okay. Our stuck egocentricity and the reality that we're not infantile gods. But the power of religion versus art is that it's organized, people come together, and you do it over and over again, and then you automatically believe it because of the fallacy of authority, like the numbers within. But they're true on the inside. That's the issue. These speakers at the podium are not telling you that these stories have a psychological message. Religious stories like myths and fairy tales. So again, we're talking about from the pillage side, not the victim side, right? So the victim side, they gotta. We're not going there. Let's heal the aggressors. We gotta get the stingers back to feel, to become back on track of accepting their souls instead of rejecting their souls, seeing their souls outwardly, and then shaming their souls, but shaming others who represent their wounded soul. So they're hurting outwardly like this. We got to get back. We got to own our souls, and then say, okay, I feel wounded. Truth will set you free. Man in the mirror. Michael Jackson, right? If memory serves, I think we have his quote in our collection. I'm not sure. Anyways, if you look up the song, yeah, it's pretty dark here. Oh, let me plug this back in. Hold on a second. Forgot about this. Wait a minute. It's still 100. Oh, it's draining again. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Why is it draining again? Yeah, see, look at that. It's 79 here, and it's draining up there. Why is that happening? For a minute there, I thought this thing was working. This is so fickle. This is so unreliable. Sometimes it works, sometimes it freaks out. Let's see. Now it's the 79, right? We project our nature onto nature. Yeah, see, Carl Sagan's line, I think one of my favorite lines from Carl Sagan's clip here is we project our psychology outwardly. We project our nature onto nature. Let's play this one again about the pale blue dot. It's about 4 minutes, roughly 4 minutes. Yeah, 4 minutes long, yeah.
Consider again that pale blue dot we've been talking about. Imagine that you take a good long look at it. Imagine you're staring at the dot for any length of time. And then try to convince yourself that God created the whole universe for one of the 10 million or so species of life.
The Great Spirit.
That inhabit that speck of dust. Now take it a step further. Imagine that everything was made just for a single shade of that species, or gender, or ethnic or religious subdivision. We can recognize here a shortcoming, in some circumstances serious, in our ability to understand the world. Characteristically, we seem compelled to project our own nature onto nature. Man, in his arrogance, thinks himself a great work, worthy of the interposition of a deity. Darwin wrote telegraphically in his notebook, more humble, and I think truer, to consider him created from animals. Close quote. We're Johnny-come-latelys. We live in the cosmic boondocks. We emerged from microbes and muck. Apes are our cousins. Our thoughts and feelings are not fully under our own control. And on top of all this, we're making a mess of our planet and becoming a danger to ourselves. The trapdoor beneath our feet swings open. We find ourselves in bottomless freefall. If it takes a little myth and ritual to get us through a night that seems endless, who among us cannot sympathize and understand? We long to be here for a purpose, even though, despite much self-deception, none is evident. The significance of our lives in our fragile planet is then determined only by our own wisdom and courage. We are the custodians of life's meaning. We long for a parent to care for us, to forgive us our errors, to save us from our childish mistakes. But knowledge is preferable to ignorance. Better by far to embrace the hard truth than a reassuring fable. Modern science has been a voyage into the unknown, with a lesson in humility waiting at every stop. Our children's intuitions can be mistaken. Our preferences don't count. We do not live in a privileged reference frame. If we crave some cosmic purpose, then let us find ourselves a worthy goal.
Yeah, that last one, we don't live in a privileged frame. That's solipsism. Okay, this egocentricity that the baby experiences, that it's all about him, everything's for him, everything serves him. Right? Okay, this is what he's talking about, right? So all of this evolutionary, right? Trillions and trillions of specks of dust. Right? Let's have some gratitude. And it took all this time for the life forms to develop. So it's pretty amazing. All we got to do is recognize that we're just traumatized. We can do it. We can get back on to our healthy selves if we just recognize that we're wounded. 10,000 years ago, we became Homo traumacus, a traumatized version of ourselves. Some people called it Homo economicus, Homo short-sellicus, Homo short-sellicus. Short selling, something's good. Okay, when you damage it, you make a profit. So it's envy. So, and a famous short seller, yeah. So Homo short-sellicus, a famous short seller, about a year ago, went on camera and said, "Look, all of this plundering and pillaging and short selling, this is envy-driven. It's not greed. Greed is just a tool for the envy." So the phrase is granvy, right? So the greed does damage, but the driver is the envy. So short selling is envy-based. Something's good, destroy it, make a profit. Okay, that replays how the mother was an emotional short seller, and the mother short sold the baby's soul. She profited off exploiting and pillaging and damaging the baby's soul. She profited. So the image around this is called "the key is under mother's pillow." In Iron John, the person's trying to heal. He's got to get a key to do so. The key is under mother's pillow. The interpretation is some mothers use their babies to meet their emotional needs. So, in effect, the mother was a short seller. The mother's there to meet the baby's needs, not the other way around. So the image about this, it's so dark. Let's try, let's look for, yeah, let's get some light. Let me find a space where there's some light on here. Hold on a second. Let me check the battery again. Maybe I misread this. What is it? Now it says 92 because I got it plugged in, right? Okay, 92. Let's see. All Carl Sagan is saying, just recognize, we're pretty good. We're just not aware that we're traumatized. So we're we're causing such a harm. All we gotta do is recognize that we're traumatized. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can hang out here a bit, yeah. Just a little bit. Oh, they're still open, huh? How's the lighting here? It's okay, right? Yeah, so he's confronting our egocentricity. Carl Sagan was sort of confronting this. Really, you think you're in this privileged frame of mind? You think it's all about you? You own the world, like that alcoholic guy was saying. Now that's a damage to have these attitudes. So we're a danger to ourselves when stingers play their record. They act like the aggressor. That's what's causing all the damage, right? So let's go back to the key being under mother's pillow. So part of the healing journey is to face the painful truth that maybe the mother failed to provide a secure attachment style for the baby. The truth will upset you free. The greatest hurt of all, mother failed me. She failed me. So, you gotta face this reality here, right? Now, eventually, the goal is to forgive her. She's just replaying her record. She's traumatized. She created a record. She's just replaying it. It's called intergenerational trauma. Repetition compulsion. Okay. So the mother has a record. She was shamed by her mother. She has a child. She's going to spin the record of the mother shaming her. She'll play the shaming mother, shaming her. But where is her? She sees her onto the baby, shames her, seen into the baby, meaning she's shaming the baby to replay the record of how she was shamed by her mother, but she identified with the aggressor. Intergenerational trauma. So her doing this is one way the mother is trying to meet her unconscious needs. The mother has this fantasy that when she replays the record, somehow magically she's going to change her past, undo her past, get the love that she needed in her past. It's nonsense. Shaming her baby, it's not going to take her back in a time machine and then say to her mother, look mother, I acted just like you. I showed you what you did to me. Do you feel seen? Do you feel loved? Can you now change your ways? I gave you the love that you wanted. Can you provide me the love now in return? It's nonsense. So the mother doing this is trying to engage in this unconscious fantasy that when she replays the record, that somehow she can undo her past. That's part A. Part B, some mothers have a baby and they say, at last. Now they can have someone who will respond to them, listen to them, take care of them, be there for them, not let them feel alone, make them feel important, say good things about them. So some mothers parentify the baby. So the mother is using the baby to meet her unconscious needs for not having been mothered herself when she was a baby. She's parentifying the mother. That poor child is, so his golden ball goes down the well, locked in a cage. Part C, case scenario C is, I wish I could bring a chair here for a second. Hang on a second, let's see if I can get a chair over there. Okay, on second thought, yeah, let's go to the 4th floor. It wasn't so bad up there. If there's still light up there, yeah, let's go to the 4th floor.
Lift กำลังขึ้นค่ะ Going up.ค่ะ 4th floor.
Well, what about here? What about just right here? Because they're vacuuming over there, right? So we talked about two of the ways some mothers use their babies in their attempt to get their unconscious needs met. Okay, she'll shame the baby so that she can replay her record with the fantasy that she thinks she may undo the past, get the love that she was crying for. It's ridiculous, right? The second one, part B, was she parentifies the baby and wants the baby to soothe her. She may even treat the baby like a teddy bear almost, to comfort her, soothe her. Okay. Oh baby, you're there for me, you're the best, you're parentifying the baby. She's not being a mother for the baby, she's interacting with the baby with the attitude that the baby's comforting her, soothing her. Case scenario C, when the baby's crying because the connection isn't made, and the mother says, hey, how do you like that? My baby doesn't like me. My baby hates me. I can't believe it. My own baby hates me. I'm her mother. Okay, nonsense. Okay. The mother is reminded and believed herself that her mother hated her. So she transfers the rejecting mother onto the baby and uses the baby's crying as a projection hook to fly the rejecting mother image onto the baby, and then says, look, the baby hates me, talking about the mother. So the mother is has this battle with her mother in the mind. So she's using the baby in this unconscious battle with her mother. So again, she's using the baby to try to meet her unconscious need to change her mother. Something like that. Case scenario D is sort of a continuation of case scenario C, just mentioned, where the mother now says, oh yeah, mother, I'll show you, and then she attacks and blames the baby for crying, thinking she's fighting back with the mother. So this is really hard on the baby. You can imagine how hard this is on the baby, right? Maybe these claustral agoraphobic fears come from this area. Maybe it comes from there, because you can imagine the baby's wild imagery and fantasies by all this. Right? So let's run through the 4 again and let's create an imaginary voice for the child. Part A. Hey mother, hold the phone here. What are you doing here? I'm not you from 20 plus years ago. What year is it? Mother, could you please look at the calendar? What year is it? It's not 20 plus years ago. I'm not you from back then. And you want to play your mother? So you think I'm my grandmother? And you think I'm you from back then and you want to replay the record? What's going on here, mother? I'm your child. I'm not you from back then. And you're the mother. You're not the grandmother, my grandmother. You're not your mother. What's going on here? This is crazy, mother. The baby might think, oh my God, do I have a psychotic mother? The baby might think his mother's psychotic. Psychosis means the letter gets sent, but then the letter arrives at the wrong address. Like the mother's got some emotions and he thinks all these convoluted things or something. It doesn't line up. Okay, scarecrow, tin man, covered, it's all fragmented like this. So the child thinks, oh my God, I don't have a positive, loving mother. I notice in many fairy tales the mother's absent, right? So that's why we have these fairy tales. The good mother is missing. The case scenario B, mother, hold the phone here. I can't be the good mother that you needed 20 plus years ago. Mother, what year is it? Could you please look at the calendar? It's not 20 plus years ago. And as well, I can't be the good mother that was missing. And you're wanting me to play that role of the missing good mother that you needed 20 plus years ago? What are you doing here, mother? Baby thinks, oh my God, what's going on here? I'm born and my mother's psychotic. Oh my God, the child's, okay, he's got to bury his golden ball, gets locked in the cage, and the key's under mother's pillow. Case scenario C, hold the phone here, mother. I'm crying because you're not meeting my needs. I don't hate you. I'm not the mother who hated you from your belief back then. I'm your little baby in pain here because you're not meeting my needs and I'm crying. My cry is a signal to communicate that my needs aren't being met and I can only turn to you. I'm in a double bind. I can only turn to you. I can't go anywhere else. I have to turn to you. And you're not meeting my needs. That's why I'm crying. Don't say I hate you. And the baby's, oh look, my baby hates me. And my baby goes, oh my God, my mother's psychotic. And then case scenario D, mother, ouch, you're making it worse. Now you're blaming me for crying. Okay, my mother's psychotic. So Lawrence Hedges describes this, that in the child's psyche, there's going to be like a rupture, like a basic fault line or something, into which the baby's golden ball goes down the well, down a tunnel, down a tavern, where the light is never shown. Go I know not whither, bring back I know not what. Golden ball rolls down another tunnel, up the ice mountain, down another tunnel, locked in a cage. That's how buried the child's soul is. He represses his soul deep, and it goes into cold storage, and it might even be frozen in there, or like the frozen woolly mammoth in the block of ice. It's the image for the child's lost soul. So at midlife, I got to face some of this and get the key out from under mother's pillow. So this is seen in The Wizard of Oz when Dorothy throws water on the bad witch image, meaning the person links up that image is a symbol of the person's projected traits of rage and oral greed onto the mother. They felt the rage and oral greed with the mother, that's the water image, then the image disappeared. Likewise in the White Bear, King Balamon, the boar queen just zooped away. So usually when these frightening monster images just poof away or melt away or disappear quickly or something, it's because they were never real to begin with. It represents the projected psychic emotionality of the rage and oral greed onto the imagery of the mother, the imago of the mother. It's not, the mother isn't really like that. It's the image of the child's projected traits. Oh, that's great. Yeah, they're leaving me alone. That's great. Yeah. Yeah, the manager's a good guy. I spoke to the manager. He said, yeah, if you stay in the lobby area, there's no one around. Okay, they're closing the lights over there. Huh? I might try back at the pool to see what the lighting's like. It's pretty dark up there, right, at the pool. But it was so nice to be outside. What a relief. Oh my God. That was the first, I haven't heard water in a year. In over a year, I haven't heard the sound of waves. So nice to hear those waves. Huh? Listen, if he's stopped vacuuming, maybe I can. Let's see. Is the lighting better over there? Let's try. Or hang on, what about right here? It's still dark over there. Okay. Yeah, the lighting's better here, isn't it? Yeah, let's go here. Let's try this a bit. Oh, the lighting's also not so good here, eh? Where can I get good lighting? How about this? It's like the vacuum cleaner is almost like a constant sound up here, eh? They might also get one of those automated ones that just drives around all the time, eh? Yeah, lighting's not too good here. So the psychotic pocket, right? So one guy calls it a basic fault, and so enter Emily Dickinson's poem. There's a pain so utter it swallows substance up, and then one goes in a swoon. That's the endorphins. The child experiences immense pain by this. Then he gets the endorphins, the mercy numbing thing. Okay, then back to Zaz's song. They're gonna feel like life is passing them by because they're in this swoon, they're in this trance, sleepwalking through life, in fact. Right? Okay, let's try the pool. Let's see what it's like up there. Yeah, because ironically, it's hotter here than it is up there.
กำลังขึ้นค่ะ going up
I see they changed the music according to the time, right? Now they're playing more upbeat music, huh? It's at 7 p.m. Oh, yeah. See? Okay, they're gone. Yeah, okay, good. How's the lighting here? Where can I find good lighting up here? No. Geez, it's pretty dark all around. Yeah, let's see. What about here? No? Yeah, I don't think I can find any good lighting here. Yeah, no matter. Oh, it's not so bad, right? But here, I guess that's as good as it's gonna get, right? Okay, let's just hang out here for a bit. Or whoa. Yeah, by the way, that's why stingers fear trusting somebody or having feelings or anything that's related to their true self, because it's going to remind them of the psychotic mother that caused the psychic rupture and the pain of the golden ball going so deep down. That's why they don't trust others. So their emotional development is, they're not going to go further in their emotional development. They'll take refuge in the old image that they had in the uterus where they were little God, and they'll maintain the egocentricity of that, and they'll spend their lives pursuing that. It's addictive, it's exciting, that's why it's named after the narcissus flower, and they don't have the feeling of care about it. They're just trapped in this addiction to hate, addiction to greed, addiction to envy, Grenby's, Schadenfreude, contempt and cynicism. They're kind of, it's an addictive kind of quality to them. Something about the pain being so great, the only thing that can relieve the pain is the endorphins. Remember, the baby got so much pain, the only relief he got was the endorphins. So when they replay the trauma, they get the endorphins. Replay the trauma, they get the endorphins. And that's the only thing that can kind of comfort over, or buffer over the pain of repetition compulsion. So they're in this negative, painful kind of loop. And it's, of course, greed is in there, envy's in there, and they're in this kind of negative situation. So that's why they become curmudgeons late in life. The curmudgeon effect in late in life is sort of the clear manifestation of its progression, right? And every little thing triggers the loss, which triggers the memory of the mother. So they're enraged. They want to micro-control every little thing, thinking they're controlling mother all the time. And it's like it's live all the time, so it never lets up, kind of thing. Now the therapeutic turning point is that woman who as mentioned earlier at the beginning of this video, at the beginning of this video, right at the pool here, when we started this video 4 hours ago, 4+ hours ago, in the first 5 minutes, I'll redo it here. There was a woman who wanted to have a child, And she said, no, wait a minute, hold the phone here. Before I have the child, let me resolve this thing with the mother here. I don't want to repeat onto the child what had happened to me. She wants to stop intergenerational trauma. She doesn't want to pass on the trauma. She wants to like be a mother for a change, right? So she went to the analyst guy, and she did her free associating, trying to weave the basket, feeling safe to bring up feelings. So she's doing the analytic process, trying to weave the basket to feel safe, and so on. Finally, the shrink said, you're letting me know what kind of childhood you had. What do you mean? It seems that you're letting me know what kind of mother you had and how it felt being with her. What do you mean? You're putting me in the role of you, and you're acting like her, and I feel a kind of a tug to feel what maybe you felt with her. And she said, oh my God. And that was a therapeutic turning point. Okay. And then later, when she had the kid, she reported, I was present for the child. I didn't repeat onto the child what had happened to me, because she aired it out with the analyst, and she healed intergenerational trauma. That child was loved. Right? So she, right? So it just takes one, right? It takes one person to reflect on the repetition compulsion, feel it, and then they can be present, get their golden ball back, and then they can be a mother. So she was a loving mother to the child. Whereas originally she herself didn't get the loving mother experience. She had to mourn the loss of the needed good mother that never existed, mourn the loss of someone who was never even there. Very difficult to mourn someone you didn't even know, right? Mourn the loss of yourself that didn't get the love. Mourn the loss of all that time. Mourn the loss of all these false beliefs that you're chasing wild horses, chasing wild illusions. All that time, all that waste, all that energy, okay, and so on. Right? So you got to mourn a lot of loss. There's a lot of loss at midlife. That the first half of life was just sleepwalking through life, and it's just going through the motions because you were child was so stunned in trauma, with attachment trauma, interpersonal trauma, relational trauma, strain trauma, cumulative trauma. Now, we don't really talk too much about situational shock traumas, right? So those are deeper, painful memories. If we don't have a strong enough basket to accept the feelings related to the relationship with the mother, it's not going to be strong enough to accept like more deeper shock trauma. So first, weave the basket, make it strong enough for the developmental memories trauma, and then maybe it'll blend in. The deeper memories will come in. So sometimes they're blurred. I remember Masterson, I think I read one of his books where he had to kind of shift gears. When memories were coming up related to the developmental trauma, he would be the analyst and all this. But when memories came up from the situational shock trauma, he played it. He said then he had to play like a more maternal presence. And see, you have to distinguish the two, right? Because if a situational trauma comes up, maybe at some point the therapist has to maybe be a little more active or a little more genuinely present, because the person never had it. If they're regressed, if they're so regressed, and the person never had it, maybe at that point, I think that's what he was saying. Right? But generally speaking, no, you got to. And he said you got to be careful, because if the therapist steps into the RORU, the rewarding object relations unit, that promotes regression. The exception is when the shock trauma memories come up. So we don't have too much about this point, but I remember reading that point and being a little surprised, because he kind of contradicted. I thought maybe he contradicted himself, but he clarified, no, it's different. Generally, you want to build consciousness, build their adult mind, right? But when something brings up something really primal, you got to stop that work, because it'll be too impinging and too demanding and all this. Maybe that's another reason why stingers don't like feedback. Maybe it triggers this claustrophobia effect, the engulfing mother, the impinging mother, the psychotic mother. So they don't want feedback, because to protect themselves from being reminded of the psychotic mother. Right? It's up to the stingers to, on their own terms, observe themselves, right? So this repetition compulsion that we're doing, it's kind of like the unconscious self saying to the conscious self, hey, you Who are you? I'm your unconscious self. I'm like a puppet master. I'm gonna get you to restage, recreate, relive, reenact what happened in the past. I'm getting you to do this like a theater thing, and I want you to observe all this, just like somebody goes to the cinema and watches a film. I want you to observe your own cinema thing. That's my communicating to you what happened. I'm getting you to do it in symbolic, metaphorical ways with others, like a theater thing. That's my way to communicate what happened. I'm trying to make you conscious. I want you to be conscious of the past. So the unconscious is trying to make us conscious. So Sanford says, that's like getting a letter from your unconscious self. That's like getting a letter from your soul. It's like getting a letter from Poseidon, from the id, all the energy in there. Nature. It's like getting a letter from the healing nature. Like getting a letter from a god in mythology. If a god sends you a letter, don't you want to read it? So when you repeat something, that's like getting a letter from your unconscious, like Poseidon or Athena or any one of these mythological characters. So all of the energy in the bag is sometimes called the id. Well, Robert Bly's metaphor of the bag, once again, he says by the age of 5, so much, the lighting is really, I'm not sure if I can get any better lighting. That's a little better, right? What if I tried down here? Let's see. That's a thought, eh? If I can get some good lighting, maybe. What about here? Oh, a little bit. What about here? Gotta get some good lighting. Not really, eh? Hey, wait a sec. Let's check this battery here. Hold on. Yeah, it's charged up. Good, 100. Okay, let's see. Let's check this again. 77. Yeah, okay. So now it's working. I gotta reboot this thing. That's what it is, right? So, let's see. If I can find some good lighting, maybe I can do it. Maybe I can do a whole video here at night. I'm gonna double check to make sure my talking doesn't bother anyone. It is possible to hear people speaking on the ground floor, right? Depends on the windows, how strong the windows are. No. Go back here. Let's see. It's hard to get good lighting. Look at that one there. Oh wow. Oh, check. Oh, there's a huge snail here. I don't know if you can see him. How's the lighting here? No? Is that better? Oh, a little bit. A little bit of light, eh? Aha. But here. No? Yeah. It's pretty much the same everywhere, right? Okay, Bruce Springsteen on YouTube. To begin the therapy journey, try on YouTube, type in Bruce Springsteen, the singer, Independence Day, Toronto, and listen to the intro that he gives to that song. Okay. Oh, yeah, a bunch of snails have come out of. I don't know if you can see him. He's such a slow-moving creature. Look at this guy, yeah? Let's see. Can you see him? Oh, he's stuck there. I'm not a fan of too much seafood. Fish is my limit. I eat fish. I don't eat the other seafood stuff. I'm surprised people love seafood. I can never really understand the appeal of seafood, to tell you the truth. Fish is about it, yeah. It's hard to, now it's getting harder and harder to buy fish, right? Yeah, so why are we, it's envy. You see, Carl Sagan, we're hurting the planet because the planet is goodness. What? Goodness? Well, mother destroyed my goodness. I become the mother who destroys goodness. To be safe with the mother who destroys, I got to destroy goodness to feel safe with my mother. So people are destroying the goodness to feel safe with the mother who destroyed their goodness. That's why we got to heal this intergenerational trauma. That woman who went to the shrink, she's a perfect example. Okay, back to Bruce Springsteen. He said, you know, your parents are people, not just parents. They had hopes and dreams. And you know what? Maybe you're surprised at this. Maybe you're surprised that they're just regular people with dreams and all this. Right? Rosanna Deerchild, the more I learned of my mother's story, the more of a person she became to me. So we got to see our parents as people, members of Homo Traumacus. We're all members of the Homo Traumacus family. Right? What about here? Geez, if I can get a good light, eh? And it's generally like this at night, let's see. Here? No. Back to this place, huh? I guess this is as good as it's gonna get, right? Or what if I go on the inside? Hold on a second. Let's see. Aha! What about here? Yeah, that's much better, eh? Yeah. Okay, let's get a chair here. Hold on, give me a second. Hold on. How's that? Okay, yeah. Not much of a background, but who cares? That's okay. Okay, let's just keep it like this, yeah. Barry Grosskopf, in his book called Forgive Your Parents, Heal Yourself, plus his follow-up called Hidden in Plain Sight, Understanding Our Puzzling Emotions, he says you want to get the psychobiography of your parents. He thinks that's the true meaning of the phrase honor your parents. He says, you want to honor your parents? You really want to honor your parents, he said? Seriously, you want to honor them? Truly honor them, he said? Get their psychological story. Get their truth. Interview them. Okay? Find out their favorite jokes. Are they stingers? Are they clingers? Who's more manipulative? Who engages in projective identification more, meaning they didn't get the symbiosis. So who's more gamey like that, right? A sign of trauma. Find out your parents' first 3 earliest memories. It's those painful memories that make us who we are. A TV quote from the film called Side Order of Life. It's those painful memories that make us who we are. There's a book entitled You Are What You Remember. Patrick Strayed. He talks about this point as well. So find out your parents' first 3 earliest memories. Because maybe it's sort of like a theme in their lives. You know, maybe, right? Find out the birth order of your parents. Was a parent an only child? Was a parent the oldest? Was it one of the parents the middle, the youngest, etc.? And there could be some clues in this area of the birth order issue. If both parents were stingers, which child did they scapegoat? Because they might scapegoat one child, but the other child they would give all their support and resources to, and they would idealize the other child to be a narcissistic, grandiose extension for them, and the other child would be scapegoated. What's on their record? Find out their record. If they have the narcissistic personality pattern, which narcissistic personality pattern? The turtle narcissist, the clinging vine narcissist, the closet narcissist, or the so-called exhibitionistic like star one, sort of a cookie cutter type, the more familiar one. Or is it the more serious issue? Does one have the bully pattern? Or even a more serious issue, does one have the Iago pattern? You know? Or even a more serious issue, does one have one that's even like way just more disturbing, which we don't really cover here in our collection. Sort of out of my zone there. Oh my God, yeah, if a parent has the slogan, something's only wrong if you get caught, that's a psychopathic slogan, as I understand. Oh boy, run to the nearest shrink. Don't walk, run. You know, Jesus Christ. Hold it. Burglar says, if your marriage is in trouble, don't run to the nearest divorce lawyer, run to the nearest counselor, marriage counselor. You know, I'm thinking I should keep this within 6 hours in case there's some copyrighted music that I gotta trim out. If the video goes, I've learned something, if a video goes over 6 hours, you can't do any trimming out of copyrighted songs. So YouTube's funny like that, right? They'll tell you, hey, we're blocking your whole video because you played a 1-minute copyrighted song of some techno-thumping mixed thing, and it's copyrighted, so we're blocking your whole video, so go trim it out. Okay, fine, YouTube, I'll trim it out. Hey, what are you doing? Well, I want to trim it out. Your video's too long. We don't allow edits or trim outs post 6 hours. Ugh. So I'll keep this within 6 hours. I think that'll be the trend. I'll keep this within 6 hours now. Only I have one video that went over. Hang on. No, I have 2 videos. Oh, what am I talking about? I've got several videos that went over the 6-hour mark. Yeah, they haven't been uploaded yet. I've got a backlog. See, it's very slow to upload a video. It takes 3, 4, 5, sometimes a whole week to upload one of these videos. It fails. You got to do it again. It fails. It keeps on going like this. So I'm not even sure if my other loaded, unposted videos will be blocked or not. So for sure, I'm no longer going to go to that rooftop at that other place because almost all of that music's copyrighted up there. Hey, you know what? This might not be too bad because I'm in front of the closed dining area. They're up there. It's kind of noisy all around to a degree. I don't think I'm that loud, right? They probably have some strong glass windows, right? I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna maybe ask someone if they can hear me. I'm gonna test it. If not, oh God, I might try to do this again, even though it is pretty hot here. Okay, so I'll finish this. Yeah, fairly. I'll start to wind this down slowly soon. Yeah. if two clingers get married, oh, back to forgiveness, yeah. So forgive your parents, heal yourself. So so honor your parents by finding out their story. Robert Bly makes a big point about this, and they're going to be stubborn. They're not going to want to tell you. Try as best you can, but that stubbornness is going to tell you something, that they're deeply resistant to feeling safe enough to grieve and tell the truth. So they're very traumatized. See? So we're homo traumicus. But nature is always trying to heal us. So we have all these storytellers, right? And the playwrights and the poets and the Ibsens and the Goethes and the Freuds and all the shrinks, and Margaret Muller and Melanie Klein, William Fairbairn, James F. Masterson, Edmund Burglar, Karen Horney, Robert Bly, and Phyllis. In our collection here, we've got hundreds of excellent authors: James Gosti, Thomas Ogden, Letha Horner. I mentioned good, and there's a Gio Bacchini. So yeah, so that's part of this innate drive for healing, right? The soul doctors came on the scene. So all those ancient philosophers, Confucius, Lao Tzu, Confucius, almost 3,000 years ago, said to his students once, "Dear students, when I'm in a party of 3, I always have 2 teachers. To the one I admire, I regard him as my mentor, and I'm going to be his student. I want to learn from him. To the other in whom I see traits that I don't like, I search for those very same traits in myself." So Confucius was already teaching about projection way back then. Oh, that's somebody out here. Okay, if there's a guest that's coming out here, maybe I'll go downstairs again. Because like I'm a guest of the restaurant, but not of the residence, right? Hotel. Yeah, okay, he's gonna settle in there. Why don't I let him have his privacy? I'll go by, I'll go downstairs. All right, hold on a second. Let's return the chair. Oh, he's gonna go for a swim, yeah. Okay. What a nice tree, eh? Jeez, isn't that great? Look at that, eh? Yeah. It smells too. Yeah, you can. It smells. It smells like, it has a jasmine-y kind of smell. It smells like jasmine, actually. Oh, there's the fitness. Yeah.
Lift กำลังลงค่ะ going down
All right. Oh, it's nice and cool here. Hey, why don't I just, why don't they just hang out here for a bit? I'm away from that retail place. Here are the elevators, but it's not too busy here. It's so hard to find like a spot where I'm not, you know. Wouldn't it be nice to have some to own like a 1 acre woodlot or something? Go into the middle of it, make a clearing, put a little gazebo or something in there, and have the nature all around you with the blue jays and things. Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah. So, yeah, Homo traumicus, right? So our parents are also members of Homo traumicus. Now, people who come from places that were plundered and pillaged by the Homo shortselicus, oh boy, of course they didn't care, the ones doing it. So we got to heal the stingers. Well, the stingers have to heal them, I don't know, they have to heal them, kind of reach a place where they want to correct themselves or something. So ideally the stingers might have some kind of inkling, wait a minute, am I doing these negative things because I've identified with the aggressor? I'm married to mom, like the mother complex? Ew. Okay, so what's her name again? We got a quote from Engel, Beverly Engel, about emotional, I-N, fill in the blank, S-T-R. So that's when the mother uses the baby, it causes like a self-concept and the mother concept. They don't get a chance to differentiate. They're kind of blurred up like that. So that's the issue. There's a rage about this. There's a grievance collecting about this. The yardstick, this infantile yardstick of being perfect to save the mother, so nothing's ever good enough. No gratitude because nothing can measure up. Inner critic reminds you, did you save the mother? So this is a sign of trauma, right? So in the last video, yeah, I talked a bit about one of the suggestions. So I'll leave it for the last video. If you want what I believe to be one possible suggestion for healing ourselves, check out the last video. If someone walked across me and they thought maybe I wasn't filming, I'm filming myself, but they looked at me like, are you filming me? So I moved the camera this way. So maybe this isn't a good spot. Where else can I go up? Okay, let's just go down then. All right. Oh, hey, what about here? What about this elevator? Okay, here we go. Okay, here's the spot. I'm not blocking any retail traffic, customer kind of thing. All right, here we go. Here's a good spot. So what else? So let women be aware of this issue, of the temptation to replay onto the child what had happened to them. So that can be a theory. So an inspirational video for this is the music video to the song Because of You, sung by the singer Kelly Clarkson. The music video is very good. She looks at her past, right? So she recognizes the past, has the realization, and makes a therapeutic turning point. So she does it right there in that music video. Yeah, see, they're playing music above here, right? So some of this could be copyrighted. So it could happen in this video as well that you'll hear some skip overs, right? Yeah, so that clip we played today by that alcoholic guy saying he wants to control the world or something. That's infantile megalomania. It's meant to be resolved by the age of 18 months. Now, those new recruits that joined the plunger system, they obviously also have trauma before 18 months. Okay. Because they're just invested in their grandiosity. So one image for this is the Pied Piper of Hamelin story, the film, the 1957 film of it. So the mayor of the town and all this was all about this. He sang the song, grandiosity, prestige, glory, infantile megalomania. It's just, he thought, solipsism. And what happened? The soul got lost in the mountain. In the beginning of the film, the soul was represented by the children being hungry, alone, in the forest, but still accessible. You can hear them crying or something. And ignore that. Didn't care about that. The mountain opened up, the children went into the mountain. It was deeper. So he just pursued his grandiosity, his search for glory, wants to rule, this whole area. And then things get worse and worse. So yeah, finally at the end, people realized the pain is too much. And then there was a character in that film called Truco. He was telling, hey, look, children are people. You lost your children because they lost you. You weren't there for them. And the actor who played that character, Truco, was the same actor who played the Pied Piper of Hamelin, the magical mystery character who proves, like any kind of magical character in a myth or fairy tale, that represents the trickster character, that they're an emissary of unconscious processes. They're just describing the processes of the unconscious. They're not, the Pied Piper didn't punish anybody. It's nothing like that. Okay? So when he says pay the piper, it means pay respect to your inner life. And the mayor guy, oh, nonsense, and things got worse. Right? So you could watch that Pied Piper film and think the whole thing is like one mind almost, right? Not separate characters. I liked how they used the same actor to play both characters. The unconscious emissary, an emissary of the unconscious processes. So the actor played that character. And he also played like a land voice of that character. Like the soulful voice for the village. Okay, so he was like the spokesperson. So it also means we live in two worlds. We live in the interpersonal present world, and we live in the unconscious world. There's a film called Two Worlds, by the way, a French fantasy comedy film called, I'm talking about the fantasy comedy, not the other disturbing one, the fantasy comedy film called Two Worlds. It's in French with English subtitles, and you can see the guy in his daily life. He wasn't too happy. Zoop down the rabbit hole, right? So into the magical fairyland world. And then he would zoop up and zoop down. So he lived in two worlds. He was transported back and forth all the time. As he faced the unconscious issues, okay, recognized things, dialogue with himself, admitted something. When he came back, he was a little more functional and he was better off in the daily life. And then he went down, did some more work, came up. So this went on the whole film. It was a very good idea. It was sort of very clear, and they even called the film Two Worlds about this. So we live in two worlds, right? Our unconscious feeling world and our interpersonal present world, right? That's the yin and the yang, our feelings and our doing. Yeah, so the yin and the yang is I think it's a symbol of the self. We live in two worlds. Okay, we have a feeling self and a doing self. The yin is the feeling, the yang is the doing. Okay, so the yin, that's like the darker, the moon side, and the sun, the brighter, that's the doing. Or sometimes people call it the feminine principle, the masculine principle. Okay, whatever it is, and then the circle is around it. So that's the totality of it all. So that's the symbol of the total self. We have a feeling and a doing, and we want it in harmony. We want to hold the two, and when it's in harmony, we can hold the two, right? We hold the two when it's in harmony. So that's a symbol of health, like emotional health, I think. I personally relate to that yin yang symbol a little bit more so than the mandala, which is also considered a symbol of the self. It's just a little too overwhelming, those mandala ones. But the yin yang symbol makes it pretty simple. Okay, I feel, based on my feeling, I'm doing. If my feeling is there, my doing is normal. If my feelings are damaged or missing, my doing is distorted. So Woodman says the distorted masculine comes from the wounded feminine, right? Now these guys are closed up here. Let's see if there are any Star Trek chairs available. Yeah. Oh wow. Hang out here for a bit. What about here? What about here? Well, maybe I should wind down this video. Yeah, 5:30. We could play Kristen Wilson's speech. It's only about 10 minutes long. Let's talk about salvation, she says. And I don't mean a peach smoothie and a massage. You see, the one little add-on I can add to her speech. She says the greatest fear is losing our egocentricity. In effect, right? So you actually, yeah, come to think of it, her idea that the infantile God thing, and Carl Sagan, oh yeah, you think you're so privileged, special, exception. But that, all these ideas of being a special exception, I'm an exception, and all these kinds of things, that's the egocentricity. The ego's damaged. When the conscious ego's damaged or submerged, like the scarecrow, you get this false ego called egocentricity. This egocentricity is the memory that once upon a time in uterus, it was a privileged, special baby and mother are one, very powerful, special feeling. Oh. Yeah, what happened here? One second. Oh. My chair still, oh, you had to be scared for a second. All right. Yeah, that's what it is. I see a lot of suitcases. They're waiting for their flights. I've quoted her main line from there. If you're not in your body, you're not making sense, literally. And it's disembodied discourse that causes all these confusions and problems. For example, destroying the planet to replay how the mother destroyed their soul. Repetition compulsion. As beloved, so below. When in trauma, we repeat. So the present is just a metaphor for the past. A huge destruction in all this. And the baby believes the mother didn't care. The baby didn't get enough love to reach the place of care. Baby identifies with the aggressor and then doesn't care. So the short sellers who pollute the planet and dump 10 billion tons of plastic into the ocean heats up, get more moisture, more rains and floods, and they don't care. They don't care. In fact, there's a secret delight because it keeps them loyal to the mother who destroyed their soul. Okay, so the baby believes the mother pillaged and plundered their soul and didn't care. They act like that. Of course they don't care. When they act like the mother, they feel safe with her. Now, the mother got some relief by using the baby. So she got some kind of pleasure in effect. So that's schadenfreude. When they identify with the aggressor, they get schadenfreude. So envy gives them pleasure. It's schadenfreude. So yeah, we're severely homotraumicus. In just what 60 years, the food supplies, they're actively damaging the food, right? Of course, everything we do that's irrational, we cloak it over with a quote-unquote reason, which is a fake reason called rationalization. Rationalization is not being rational. Rationalization is the term used when you want to give the appearance of being rational, to hide the irrational underneath issue, to distract, right? That's one of our threads called rationalization. Yeah, you search it in the search engine, you'll get it. 50 or 60 good quotes on rationalization, at least, yeah. Burglar says this, yeah, we got to confront people's rationalizations, their excuses, to get to the underlying feelings, right? Now, what a wonderful image, this cherry blossom tree. It's not real, but it looks good, right? Yeah, back to Toronto. Yeah, High Park, Toronto. They have cherry blossoms. That's about it. It's all, as far as I know, that's the only place that has it, right? Toronto. Yeah. Oh yeah, back to Toronto. Yeah. Bruce Springsteen. Oh yeah, Bruce Springsteen, Independence Day, Toronto. Yeah. Listen to the intro he gives to that song. Maybe I'll wind down this video for today. It's well under 6 hours, yeah. So you should be able to see it. Unless there's any final. Oh no, they're using the 6.4, right? Let's see. I could wind out with it. Well, let's close up with our theme song. Yeah. Why don't we finish up with our theme song? Catchy Epstein's German cover of the song "Windmills of the Mind." So hang on, let's set that up. Okay, here we go here. Here's our theme song to 1001, Windmills of the Mind. So when the song ends, I'll just hit the stop button. So let me conclude with another thank you. And if somebody would like to have this encyclopedia of insights, the coffee page link is posted below. I'll see you in the next video. Actually, in the next video, we have a few more quotes on the religious topic. Nothing special, just like a little tag on kind of thing. And we'll add some more Windmills of the Mind to our collection. Reflections, curiosity, explorations, clues, hypotheses, windmills to get us thinking, processing. It's almost like weaving in a way, windmills, round, like weaving round and round. So we're trying to weave it, we're trying to weave as well. Won't walk down that road no more. That's a song we played in reference to codependency. If the clinger marries the stinger, the clinger says, "I'm not okay, you're okay." Stinger says, "Well, of course." Stinger shames the clinger. The clinger distorts, via their lens, "I'm not okay, you're okay," through a thing called sweet lemons. Oh, they're not sour, they're sweet. They're distorting it to fit their lens. Stingers don't care. Stingers are just thrilled to have somebody to shame, to replay how the mother shamed them. So finally, after 6 to 7 years, the clingers wake up, leave, and write a self-help book entitled "Codependent No More," or sing April Wine's song "Won't Walk Down That Road No More," or Gloria Gaynor's famous song "I Will Survive." And the whole time, the stingers were hating their caretaking, pleasing partner. See, the clinger was trying to be helpful. "I want to help you, stinger, and come together to the human realm and we'll grow together." Oh, I hate all that. And they've been trying, and the stingers had contempt for it. "Oh, you're a fool, you're an idiot. I don't trust, I don't love, I don't care. I'm just thrilled to have somebody to shame." So finally, the clingers wake up, and our song for the inner critic is Delirium's song, "Self-Saboteur." Okay, the memory that comes up. What you want to feel? Did you save the mother? That's the self-saboteur character. Then we're afraid to feel. Elton, we play from Turkey. Elton Gun's cover, "Rakia Su Karaman." Recently, a new song recently added to the collection. Oh, I can't play the Cars' song anymore. YouTube blocks that now. Should we play Kristen Wilson's speech? Do you want to hear Kristen Wilson's speech? It's a good speech. Next time, I'm just thinking to myself what somebody might say about next time. Maybe I'm saying next time. See, I'm talking to an imaginary. I have no idea about the viewership. YouTube's numbers don't make sense. Sometimes a video might say you got 10 views, but the watch time was a 0.01 of a second. or 2 of a second. Wow. Sometimes the video has 2 views, but it was 30 minutes watch time. So the watch time mechanism seems to work. But there must be some viewers, because a few people have ordered 1001 Windmills of the Mind. I think they're lucky. I think, like that guy finding the pool all alone, they're lucky to find this collection. It's available. So yeah, once again, www.buymeacoffee.com/psychoanalysis. There's an in the phrase. So coffee is being used as accountable now. So buymeacoffee.com/psychoanalysis. For the price of an ordinary coffee. Not a fancy coffee, just a basic coffee. Roughly €4, right? Catch Epstein.
Plötzlich still sind, wenn die Stadt auf einmal schweigt, wenn aus steinernen Kaminen stumm der Mond zum Himmel steigt, wenn es hier in meinem Zimmer leer und einsam wird um mich, suche ich in den dunklen Schatten die Erinnerung an dich, und ich fühle wie ein Augenblick zur Ewigkeit gerinnt, wenn das Spinnrad meiner Träume links zerrissene Fäden spinnt und sich leis zu drehen beginnt, wie sich Mühlen drehen im Wind. Und es kreisen die Gedanken ohne Anfang, ohne Ziel, wie die schnellen Wellenringe, wenn ein Stein ins Wasser fiel, wie ein Kreisen, den die Peitsche über Straßenpflaster treibt, wie Spiralen, die ein Adler in den Abendhimmel schreibt, und ich fühle wie ein Augenblick zur Ewigkeit gerinnt, wenn das Spinnrad meiner Träume links zerrissene Fäden spinnt und sich leis zu drehen beginnt, wie sich Mühlen drehen im Wind. 1000 Fragen ohne Antwort, 1000 Fragen ohne Sinn. Warum flog für uns der Sommer wie ein Pfeil so schnell dahin? Hat der Herbstwind gar die Spuren unserer Liebe schon verweht? Wenn erst weiße Flocken fallen, ist es dann für uns zu spät. Sah ich eben nicht im Dunkeln deinen Schatten an der Tür? Hoffte für ein paar Sekunden, du kämst doch zurück zu mir. Doch warum sich selbst belügen? Längst ist meinem Herzen klar, dass der Pulsschlag dieser Hoffnung nur mein eigener Schatten war. Und ich fühle, wie der Augenblick zur Ewigkeit gerinnt, wenn das Spinnrad meiner Träume links zerrissene Fäden spinnt und sich leis zu drehen beginnt, sich im Kreis zu drehen beginnt, wie sich Mühlen drehen im Wind, wie sich Mühlen drehen im
Okay, thanks again. See you in the next video.